Acerbate. What's up? Black is now in desperate need of a good idea. I haven't had a good idea in a long time. Arsenal fans subscribing. Wow. Boom. Arsenal fans subscribing with Prime. Thank you. Good to see you back. And Mr. Slow busting the 5 gift 1 subs. 5 tier 1 gift subs to the community. Wow. Uzer, Pocahontas, Nickel, Keith Carr, and Psych Nightmare. Nice. 5 gift subs and a resub. Thank you guys. Do we have a Mr. Slow game for this week? We do. The heck? Analysis stream Thursday. We've got Mr. Slow submitting a game Cook. I don't know how you pronounce that. Cook versus Richter. Cook. Chess Riddler. Acerbate. Arse. Just in. Arse. With the resub, Prime subscription, and Sung Prism with the better late than never submission. What's up, everybody? Happy Thursday. I'm going to open the window here, get a little air. So what is up? Analysis stream Thursday. We're taking subscriber streams and analyzing subscriber games and analyzing them. I'm International Master Slaggy. This is Percy Hepworth, and this is Ponda. Percy, meet Ponda. Ponda, Percy. Here, you're not central. Centralize your Ponda. Why aren't you centralized? He looks a little saggy. All right. Ponda doesn't age as much as me. All right, so we're starting with Cook Richter. If Mr. Slowhand doesn't mind, we'll start with his submission. You guys don't have to submit your own personal games necessarily. I think a lot of people might assume so, but I don't mind. Mr. Coffee, what's up? Our moderator. I don't mind, going over Grandmaster games or Master games or whatever. Maybe the game your cousin played. There's just crazy fruit flies. Anyway, sorry about that. That was probably pretty loud. I apologize. Gotta wake up pretty early to catch these fruit flies. Apple vinegar and doesn't work. Alright, Honda. There's this aggressive fruit fly. It was bothering me during my lesson an hour ago. I like seeing a breakdown of why my choices are incorrect. Can I introduce you to your life? Alright, bad jokes. It's not really a joke. It's true for all of us. This is your life, Arsenal fan. Life and chess. Chess is a microcosm of life. If your life is good, there must be a problem with your chess then. No, I'm just kidding. Alright. Arsenal fan refuting our theory that chess and life are interconnected. Wrong game. 5 gift subs. Mr. Slow? Alright. You can find him. That was a long time ago. There it is. Another Richter game. Okay. Schweinmunde. It means pig world. Hi, Saji. Another Richter game from 1932. Pig world. Against Schlage. Okay, I got the wrong game. It's a really special resort, a Baltic Sea resort called Pig World. No, that's swine. I know. I'm just kidding. It's a bad joke. My German is non-existent, so... Alright. How do I get this game in? Number 5. Schwein. Schweinmunde. Telemundo. Swimming World. Alright. Chapter PGN. Open. Show in folder. Yep. Open with notepad. Copy. Copy. Thank you. Tools. Learn. Study. Study. Learn. Study. My studies. Analysis. Alright. Add a new chapter. Copy and paste. Blah, blah, blah. Alright, now we put that back over there and we delete the other one and we're ready to go. Alright, sorry about that. The wrong game. Did you receive my submission? Oh, you can't see because it's under the camera, but it says arse right there. Stockfish has analyzed my life. That's cool. I think I've got you beat, and I've got a longer timeline. Life fish. All right. Baltic Sea Resort Tournament was a 9-round tournament in June 1932. Stoltz from Sweden was first, followed by Dr. Rodel and Mises with 5.5 points. Mises was German, right? Don't really understand Mises. Was German or French, or like a combination of both? Jacques Mises. He was German, right? Maybe he lived in France. Okay. And then Kurt Richter took 4th place with 5 points. Jacques Cousteau. Maybe not a French born. He was German. Yeah. But I mean, obviously Jacques is not a German name. Okay. So Schlager radio. They play like corny Hungarian sort of cheap pub songs in the Schlager radio. E4, E6, D4, D5. This is Richter with white, and knight C3, knight F6, classical. Bishop G5. I was really hoping for a McCutcheon or pawn takes E4 here, but Schlager played Bishop E7, and now Kurt Richter here plays. I seem to recall Jesse Cry having a game at the U.S. Championship where I played in 2002, where I think Feingold or someone did this against him. But Bishop takes F6 is really lame. So that's not a dynamic move we would expect to see from a strong player. So you've got a player who's essentially like a tactical type, playing white, voluntarily trading off his quote-unquote bad bishop on F6. As Arsenal says, there's an element of this unprovoked exchange. There's an element of imbalance in it. And it reminds me of some lines of maybe like the Trompowsky. Objectively it can't be necessarily dangerous move. I can feel, Stockfish like getting angry when you play bishop takes f6. Okay, bishop takes f6, and now what's the point? I mean, we can make second-rate moves for a reason, and an attacking player, a combinational player, let's say like Richter, I would expect white to follow up with knight f3. You think he just likes space and a pawn on e5. Well, but that doesn't explain the move bishop takes f6, right? I mean, the main line is e5. You have space and a pawn on e5. But we're seeing a different exchange of minor pieces here. I'm sure that Richter played this as well. Did we see a game by him in this? Surely he must have faced Alyekhin. Alyekhin, who played this with white. Knight 97 main line. No, for whatever reason, he wants some material imbalance. But I think it's a bad exchange for white. Bishops are still better than knights in general. So I think white gives away a little bit of his opening advantage with that exchange. Okay, whatever. I'll shut up about it. Now, e5, bishop goes back. And now, black has this unopposed r-square bishop. And it's really very powerful, the most powerful minor piece on the board now. But obviously the other bishop isn't so great, just as a defender. Still, black should be looking in the long run at ways to play on the dark squares. White, okay. I don't mean to hurt anybody's feelings. This guy was like, I don't know if you know him, but he was like having like a rage attack at the world senior Christian Meyer. Well, it's not a good sign that the best game in the database is Christian Meyer versus Moskalenko, Christian Meyer versus Zlochevsky. So this means it's not a very topical variation. Known to be experimental in the opening. Okay, so f4 looks normal. We have pawn surrogates to control the dark squares. Yeah, this is experimental. It was played by Meyer twice and some guy against Palos in 1985. Never heard of Sven Hamann. Probably Swedish, I guess. But I knew Osman Palos. He's a Bosnian. Displaced Bosnian master. Okay. He ended up in the United States, but he got ill and died. Queen g4, attacking g7. So what is black supposed to do? Farrago Ivan would have no fear of castling here. But yes, king f8 should be considered. g6 should be considered. Probably rook g8 would be our most dubious. How did Bob Sackett on... Oh, you weren't banned, you were just timed out. Okay, good. Good. Hopefully you'll get banned today. If we're lucky. Alright, queen g4. Yeah, okay, obviously no reason to play king f8 and forfeit castling rights unless we have to. g6 weakens the position, but remember, we have a dark square bishop and white doesn't with black, so... it's quite interesting that both Zlochevsky and Moskalenko, who are both GMs, chose to play g6 here. And Osman's opponent as well. and Chismadia. Chismadia, I don't know how popular it reached 2393, but it's possible. Alright. Castles, bishop d3, and now f5. So f5 was played in one game, and I think I agree castles is slightly risky by black. You see grandmasters playing g6. This move is kind of committal, though, There's one game there by Szilagyi as well, who's an IM. So quite a few experienced players play g6 here. It's interesting, King f8 was never played, and Bishop f8 was actually played in 2 games. Osman played Bishop f8. Oh, and this guy, I played this guy. I don't know if you've ever met him. You ever met him, Mr. Slow. Klaus de Francesco, I played last year in the World Senior. You might remember. Right, so that's another possibility. Petrosian style, Bishop f8. So black castles, white plays bishop d3. Now white doesn't seem to have a direct threat yet. So I would expect people to do c5 as Kujif and Moskalenko did here. f5 is kind of like a last resort, warning siren when things start getting really bad. It feels early to signal the emergency warning sirens with f5. And white's plan is fill in the blanks. h4, knight h3, knight f4, f4, knight f3, h4, knight g5. What exactly is white's follow-up here? It doesn't seem like white has an immediate threat, so therefore c5 feels most natural. Christian Meyer, who's an IM from Germany, a little older than me, I wouldn't think it would be out of the question that he studied Kurt Richter's games because he is German. Coincidentally, it's possible. Happened to play Queen h3 here. There's an element of Nimzowitsch in this. We talk about it being a Kurt Richter game, but obviously Nimzowitsch had a huge influence on chess, and this is 1932, and we're a lot closer to the era of Nimzowicz's ideas really being revolutionary, and the whole kind of concept where we're willing to trade bishops for knights and trading off our center, that looks very much kind of in keeping with the Nimzowicz, Queen g4, also experimental ideas in the winnower, the very Nimzowiczian type of thing. So maybe Mr. So could verify this, but feels like Richter's a little bit Nimzowitsch influenced. Black plays f5, so I feel like this is like kind of a concession, I don't know if white should take en passant or not. They're 2 completely different plans. By the way, I played a lot of blitz games with this guy, Guido Kern, who's a German IM. Although he probably wasn't back in 1990. He is probably my age or something. A lot of German players running around here. I don't know what's going on. Mr. Slow, Guido Kern, Christian Meyer, Kurt Richter. It's just they're out of control. The pawn on e5 is a really huge asset in white's position. And if we chop the pawn, I presume black takes back with the bishop. this is definitely like hanging around in the air. So the player in the game from 1990 played queen h3. And he actually went on to win this game, although White's White's only attacking idea really seems to be like g4. Well, this is what happened in the game, so they followed this exactly. So maybe Hans-Georg Skolarski knows his Kurt Richter, but I never heard of him. c5. I guess it stabilizes black defensively, f5 a little bit. And now we go back to the process of trying to undermine white's center. With c5. And, obviously your bishop gets trapped. This is a very important problem. Yeah, g4 is on the way, anytime you play on the opponent's stronger side, it's like playing c5 in the King's Indian Arsenal fan. You're basically trying to buy time and hold off the opponent on the stronger side. And oftentimes you end up burning bridges or weakening yourself even more. But this is kind of a specific position because, again, white doesn't have that dark square bishop that can limit his ability to attack a little bit. So black plays c5, trying to open up the dark squares. White facing the threat of, c4 in some positions takes. But the dark squares start to fall apart a little bit, so white has to take care here. I had the impression that white was anticipating maybe castling queenside, but I'm not so sure he's even made up his mind. But right now, e5 looks weak, but remember, white has the ability to play f4. So Guido Kern, pre-IM 2200, played knight c6. Whereas Homie, Richter's opponent, played knight d7. Now, to me, this move makes more sense because we can take with the knight on c5. And maybe that knight can plant itself on e4. The advantage of Guido's move is that he could toss his knight into b4, but I'm not sure you really want to do that. I kind of like this move better, knight d7. Idea taking on c5 with the knight. f4, this is very important pawn, and now black takes on c5. So now black has the opportunity to plant a knight on e4, which Kern didn't have in his game. So I feel like that's slightly to black's advantage. White does castle queenside, and as we said earlier, the possibilities of g4 are on the horizon. Castle queenside also prevents knight d4 because now we can take twice. Well, let's not say prevents it necessarily. It discourages it. Takes, or takes, threatening h7. Thoughts? Knight takes d3, the attack vanishes. Don't know about that, Arsenal. I think, as usual, you're being a little bit snap judgmental. I still think that white has some attack, but maybe the more important element of the position is really white's spatial kind of bind. That's not vanishing. Even if you eliminate my bishop, it's a closed position. I have two knights. I still have attacking chances, and I still have g4. But I'm not sure White's attack is that strong. But this is a crazy move. So b5, a distractionary move, let's call it. You know, he wants him to take and open up the b file. Yeah, I mean, suggestion of queen a5. Queen a5 is always bad. No, but queen a5, in and of itself, can't really do any damage. Yes, he can play d4. Okay, he can play d4. Okay, yeah, I think you answered your own question. I mean, if queen a5, white plays king b1. That's... The next question is like what black will do now, like bishop d7. But I don't know if the queen might be misplaced on a5. It could also support b5. You know, at the end of the day, I mean, queen a5 is sort of a normal move. b5, also an interesting move. And white grabs the pawn. So much for the kingside attack. You know, I was waiting for g4. You know, b5 also effectively may hurt the chances of g4. Because remember this, remember the Alamo. Speaking of d4, yeah, I mean, I would be inclined to not take the pawn on b5 because it kind of feels like you're feeding into black's counterplay. He decided to take it. This looks materialistic, a little materialistic to me. But don't forget that there could be potentially like a sacrifice on the pawn chain. It reminds me of, again, we definitely have parallels to the Trompowsky here. There are some d5, bishop g5, bishop f6 lines in Trompowsky. Bishop takes b5, rook b8. Looks like black has counterplay along the b file. Knight e2, and now this move, which I have to say I'm not crazy about. Not crazy about a6. a6 just doesn't really do it for me. You know, it doesn't look like a very constructive move for black here. I would pretty much consider any other move but a6. It doesn't really do anything, you know. That looks bad. Well, I know, and bishop d7 isn't crazy. There's nothing crazy about that. What's crazy about that? I mean, it's possible there's some sort of tactic on the pawn chain again, you know, with sacrifices, but no, I think the bishop d7 is a sensible developing move. And if I trade, fine. Black's down a pawn, but he has a pretty solid d5. He's connecting his rooks, and he can get some pressure down the b and c files as compensation for a sacrificed pawn. It looks pretty reasonable to me, man. I mean, I honestly, I wouldn't have been inclined to take this pawn, you know, with bishop takes b5. It looks really dangerous, and my assumption would be that, you know, Richter felt he had no attack, had nothing better. Now notice that if you play aggressively, like trying to sacrifice on this, there's queen b6, which is pretty nasty. I was actually thinking white might even play this move. Comments, questions, answers? If I can play bishop b3, I can try to like sort of stop up the b file. And I'm threatening, perhaps I'm threatening some kind of sacrifices on the pawn chain. I have a pawn already. If I get like 3 pawns for the piece, maybe I'll have, you know, I could sacrifice on d5 or something. I would actually anticipate black playing for a5. Exactly. a5, anti-bishop b3 type of stuff. Exactly. Just saying, like, white can probably sacrifice a piece, and situation could get pretty crazy. if you're not careful. This position, for example, lost for black. So bishop c4 is interesting. He plays development with knight e2, and now a6. Again, I don't like this move at all. Bishop d3, and not a no-brainer. Again, I'm kind of inclined, a6 is an absolutely useless move, and I'm kind of inclined, again, to play for bishop c4, where there are potential sacrifices on this diagonal, and I can plug the b-file with bishop b3. Yeah, I think like king h8, for example, is a good suggestion. And then I probably have to just stick my bishop on b3, and then you play something like a5. But the bishop's off this diagonal, so now this g4 isn't quite as dangerous as it once was. White doesn't have any like crushing idea, so probably just play like, So we'll see something like this. I would anticipate the game going along something like this route, where, what's the evaluation? Black's better. Black's better, that's impressive. Black's down a pawn and virtually winning because of the threat of a4. So white has to play a4, and that's really the point. Now this is getting really, really creaky. So, okay. I don't know, but maybe ultimately bishop e3 wasn't good enough. So he goes here, and now our problem is the b-file. It looks bad. I mean, it looks like, yeah, we're getting hammered, man, on the b-file and the dark squares. And it's like, where the hell is my dark square bishop? Can you send the dark square bishop in? Where's he been all week, Dolores, can you dial up that dark square bishop, get him in here in my office right away? What the fuck is he doing? There's no dark square bishop on the board. I could use him right now. The guy's been on vacation all week. I'm going to play b3, and I don't have a dark square bishop. I just brought back traumatic office memories for Mr. Coffee. Yeah, this is great. This is great. b3. Oh, wonderful. Yeah, I really like not having a dark square bishop and being castled queenside. Where the hell is that dark square bishop? He's fired. Cancel his pay package. Yeah, well, Mr. Slow said this was Richter was kind of lucky. Well, it's looking like black's playing the dark squares is very dangerous. Queen b4 now. Okay, but you can't do anything with the queen alone. And here comes the king side, g4. So g4 is cometh. Arsenal fan mentioned take the bishop and no more attack. If I start hitting myself like a seal because there's this fruit fly hunting me. Fruit flies don't bite, conspiracy theory of the week. But white's attack, I don't know if we would really call it an attack necessarily, but it still exists in some sense, I think. It's not an attack you got bishops and things being sacrificed on black's king side, but still he has some pressure maybe against f5, possibly along the g-file. What's up, Tezek? But I agree with Arsenal fan, taking this bishop is a definite option. Instead, black goes the other way and plays knight e4, which also makes sense. This effectively, kills that diagonal as well. But there is a problem, isn't there? There is a problem. Oh no. This is the problem. Black could have taken the bishop, and if he takes the bishop, he probably has compensation for his sacrificed pawn. The two bishops have long-term potential. He has a strong pawn on d5. He's only down a pawn. The attack doesn't look that deadly, but I think what black missed was essentially this. He's threatening knight takes c3, he's threatening knight f2, he's assuming like white has to defend against this threat, and white just doesn't. And that's really what everything hinges on. Essentially black miscalculating and underestimating how strong g takes f is. You guys just reminded me I haven't used my prime in a few months. Yeah, now it's a different ball game. You see, the problem is if you take on f5 with a pawn, you know, you're solid, but then boom, the strong point falls apart. Well, this is a serious issue. The other thing is this. You don't need to be a brain surgeon to see that, you know, something bad is likely to happen here in this type of variation on the b1h7 diagonal. Something to do with f6 probably. So I think that the whole game kind of turned there. You know, black miscalculated. So now knight takes c3 and exactly f6. But then, you know, okay, maybe he even saw this and he still was like, okay, so what? You know, knight takes c2 check. Very possible it's just a question of how far could they have calculated here. Black thinks he's winning. Bishop takes e2, queen takes f4 check, and now king b1. Black is a full piece up now. And there's not even, you know, a threat against h7 at the moment. So this looks like the kind of position, because we specialize in enunciating here, where you would sacrifice a piece back to break the attack. But for that matter, like, I'm not even convinced that it's not possible to not sacrifice a piece back. What happens if pawn takes pawn? I mean, is this seriously sound? We have rook f7 to defend h7. If it comes to that. So, Schlagi. Is this a joke on my name, by the way? Slagi? It's Slagi. The original Slagi. Slagi sacks a piece back here when bishop takes f7. But does he have to? Could he have just, like, bit the bullet and played something else? Or even moved his bishop or something? Although, yeah, let's say bishop a3. Let's go crazy and play bishop a3. Because we're basically like 2 moves away from getting mated here. I have the sneaking suspicion that white's attack isn't enough. Well, on the other hand, black has to make a decision, you know. What do you play? Which is it? You know, is it move the bishop? Is it take the pawn on f6? Or is it sack the bishop back with bishop takes f6? Pick a move, any move. Black has to make a decision here. Another move, an extreme move, would be queen f5, but that can probably be met by this. I'm not sure. William Pascal's best. What are you talking about? After a6, you're going back in my game? You're going back to like 8 years ago? No, we're not going to do that. Bishop a6. Sorry, bishop a6 is not a move. There's a lot going on here. You know, don't just throw in like random variations. G takes, knight takes c3, f6, knight takes c2 check, bishop takes c2, queen takes f4, king b1. I'm analyzing this position. There's nothing involving bishop takes a6, okay? We're not going to talk about bishop takes a6 or any other like completely random moves. The question is, what should black do now? Bishop a3. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's unfortunate that bishop bishop a6 is a legal move for white. Yeah, I thought you were talking about something involving that. Yeah, bishop a3 I mentioned, and exactly. The only problem with it is that if we do something like rook g1, this can be, well, that's mate. Yeah, like rook g1, rook somewhere. Only problem with it was, well, I mean, white can play c3 to defend against the mate on b2 if he has to. So let's say like bishop d3. I think, you know, the situation gets pretty crazy. And I presume that this type of thing looks pretty grim. Kurt Richter ain't gonna miss like a mating attack if he's given the opportunity. So black went for, what is that challenge there? What? Do I still have 5+3 challenges in the... No, we're analyzing. Please no challenges. Don't make me have to turn my challenge. Don't make me have to turn my challenges off. Guys, listen, any donations would be appreciated, or subscriptions to the stream or gift subs. There's like a 50% chance I might have to play in a GM round robin at the end of the month, and if that happens, I'm gonna miss a work week. So I'm gonna need everyone to chip in and donate $3 to each of the California Senate. No, I'm just kidding. I went into Gavin mode. No, I might need to ask you guys for donations if I have to play in this tournament in 3 weeks. We'll see. Hopefully I don't have to play. I wouldn't want to have to play in a GM round robin, you know, on relatively short notice. All right, so bishop takes f6. Should we turn on the engine? So if I block someone, does that block them from actually being able to challenge me? The answer is... Fuck. I accidentally accepted this guy's challenge. Get out of here. That was funny. Alright. There's a really shocking factor here, though, Mr. Slow, that even bishop c5 is good enough for black. So white is busted. White went too far and he's busted. I mean, if bishop c5 works... Yeah, I mean, it takes away g1. We're down a piece, and white doesn't have enough. White doesn't have enough threats. So he did get lucky. I think that black was a bullet player. He was one of the first bullet players back in 1932, and he doesn't really bother to check the back alleys or look both ways when he crosses the street. So he was just like, I think bishop f6 is good enough. I'll just play that. It's basically like a blitz move. In order to make a move in this position, you have to analyze this, we talked about. We have to consider this, obviously. How bad is that, by the way? It seems like a very polarizing position. This actually wins for white. Check, king h8, and now rook d f1, queen e5, and then white has this devilish idea of sacking the queen. Wow. This is where you see Richter's little tricky combinational mind clicking and whirring, you know. Now, this is where he wanted to be. Okay, you know, I think you can calculate your way through that. But this is a really surprising move. By taking away, I didn't see it. By taking away rook g1, you kill most of white's attacking chances. So what about bishop d3 though? You know, this is the objection to bishop c5. And what's the point? Like, just g6 kills it? Amazing how hard it is to catch those with your hand. I admire frogs. You know, they just like... What I need is a good frog, Mr. Coffee. Can you send me a frog, please? Just like a desk frog. If I just had like a desk frog, just put it on the desk. I actually have an empty fish tank where the fish has died. I should get like some frogs or something, put them in there. Just take them out when there's a fly flying around. I just need like a robotic frog where I could like practice my own frog skills. I want it alive so it could eat the freaking fruit flies that are flying around and bothering the shit out of me. Just, you know? No, you can't send a game. Only subscribers can send games. And people who aren't, like, banned for some reason. So the question would be, on this line, bishop d3. This is hard to protect h7. And then you assume white has a strong attack with g6. What's the point? Is there another sneaky move like queen h6? And that's where the OMG might lie. What if queen h6 kills all of the attack? Just for example, you know. As ugly as that move is, it just might kind of end white's chances. This move is good enough for black, but g6 is even better. So, yeah, bishop c5 wins, that wins. This move, bishop takes f6, is apparently not quite good enough. Although, you know, materially it looks good enough. It looks like black's going to be a pawn up. Wait, has some chances. But I think by losing the dark square bishop, what happens now, black loses all of his... Remember when we saw the bishop leave the board in the beginning of the game? I was like, why is white trading his bishop on f6? When black loses that, unopposed dark square bishop, he loses all of his like attacking chances. He's never going to mate white on those weak dark squares. And so now he's like up a pawn, but white has some initiative. So e takes f6, rook takes f6. And now you've got white down a pawn with a little better coordination. Yeah. I mean, I saw bishop a3 and I wondered about it. And even this move is good enough. Here, g6. The problem is, I mean, this threat of queen takes c5 is pretty serious. Black's just busted. I mean, like, c3 would allow a trade of queens. And that's not even the best move. You could simply take here. Ugh. Yeah, white's attack is just busto. This was really lucky by white. Black kind of panicked. And that's a blitz move. And he assumes he's okay here. And he might be. Rook f6, queen f6, we're still a pawn up. But look. F-file. What about e5? Does white have something as e5? e5. e5, queen h5. e5, queen h5, there's some really nasty stuff there. e5, queen h5, queen e6, bishop g4, for example. This looks really nasty. Here, 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 defending this, and then here. Maybe that's still not good enough because of queen g6. No, we're hitting the rook. with queen e5, for example. Everything looks good. e5 looks good for white. So black plays this, safer move. And now bishop d3. Now, I mean, it feels like black should be like hanging on here in this game. Italian Machine, welcome back. I mean, I admit that white's active and he's a strong attacking player, but I mean, still black's up a pawn. He doesn't have any like crazy weaknesses, and it seems like he should be able to like draw probably. Can you just play h6? What? h6? I guess our question is when? Now? Of course you can play h6. There's not a lot of options. You know, your options include h6, g6, and g5 probably. I mean, that's the extent of your options. White's clearly better now. Apparently winning. Wow. Wow, so that line is the difference. Holy shit. I figured queen e7 was safer. It turns out e5 was black's last chance. Well, I hate to tell you say it, but it is kind of a relatively standard idea in the French defense. I mean, I didn't know for sure. I mean, it still looks like white has chances. So I said queen h5. Wow, it wants to go into the ending. What happens on queen h5? Queen h5, queen e6. I said bishop g4. And I missed queen e7. And I said what I meant, Mr. Coffee. It's not enough. Now you go to e7. Wow. So we're cheating with the engine now. But so it turns out this is the best chance, just winning back a pawn. Bishop h3. Glomp. And, you know, white has the faster connected pass pawns on the queen side. But it's not unclear if Kurt Richter would have techniqued this guy in an ending or not. Why is queen e6 better than queen e7 immediately? Well, no, it turns out that I don't know. Why is it? I don't know. How do you ask me these complicated questions? No, probably nothing. It's fine. Queen e7 immediately. White is winning. Holy shit. Bishop d3 and white is winning. Well, who would have known that? That's crazy. Yeah, I would have thought the same thing. I don't know why. I personally was attracted to queen e6. I mean, I guess I just liked that it like protected both of these pawns. But it turns out there's a huge difference. Like if queen e7, bishop d3, surprisingly white is winning. Why not? I mean, why not e4? Oh, because this follows a check. There's your answer. So it is about the queen, like essentially. I mean, just intuitively, I wanted to keep my central pawns protected. So it keeps both of these like central pawns protected. It ends up being like really pivotal there and saves black completely. So in the game he tried to be safe, but he ended up coming under a strong attack now. And this is where Richter was so strong. That's why I tell you guys I have the Richter tactic book. Very good tactics book in English you can buy. I don't know if it's still in print, but there were lots of great examples, kind of annotated combinational examples from Richter and ideas he put together. So now we have a double-sided threat. Black's active development. And boom. Shocking and true. Keep it simple. This was an attempt to defend. It almost works. I'm not going to be happy if bishop takes h7 works, but it's just bishop f7. And now obviously king f8 is no good, so he has to play king h8. And it's possible that black is sitting there thinking, well, maybe everything's still okay. I've been there, you know. It's like when you're looking for a mirage in the desert. This happened to me against the Vietnamese guys, Nguyen Ngoc Trong Son and the Trompowski. They were very good in stuff like positions like this, like straightforward tactics. They worked on really hard. You think like, oh, I might be okay, but not really. I mean, black, it's just really cut and dried. That king is not safe, and the pieces are not in play. But this is instructive. Okay, bishop takes d5, queen takes check, king g7 check, king f6, and he simply wins an ending. But he's paralyzed. That's a huge problem. What about like rook b5? It was played. And that doesn't work either. We're just losing a piece. Yeah, I feel like I just lost to a Vietnamese GM candidate. Rook f8 check, king g7, rook e8, rook b6. This sort of snap tactics Richter was very good at. Tactical technique, let's call it, you know. Alright, that was a long game. And I appreciate the submission and the gift subs for Mr. Slow. Again, Richter from 1932 tournament. He was lost. You know, I think this is a good position that we stomped upon after king b1. Black is winning, and black to move and win. He has several wins. He ended up trying to give back material and failing there. Time pressure might play an important role in such a position. Alright, Chess Riddler submitted a game where he was white against Lion 2006-45. Whoever that is. Now, what is this? Game 25? Rated classical game. Chess Riddler 2038 against the 2481. So we're seeing knight f3, knight c6, bishop c4. And, you know, I rarely play the Joko piano with white. I played a game I lost stupidly a couple years ago. The only Joko piano I've played in years, because my opponent specifically played the following variation. I usually play the Lopez with white if I play e4 at all. And this kid, Ferenc Gombots Jr., had a number of games where he always played d6, so I specifically played bishop c4, preparing for this variation. Ended up losing, not because of the opening. But it's interesting to me that, you look at the breakdown of alternatives to knight f6, the two knights defense, and bishop c5 Italian game. There are only a very small percentage of games where black plays bishop e7, the Hungarian defense, or d6, and then it just goes downhill from there. But the thing that struck me was that, it's possible that d6 is... It's possible d6 is actually as good or better than bishop e7. I mean, it seems to me... Well, has there ever been a time in your chess career that someone said something to you so good or bad it stuck with you? When FM told you to quit chess? Well, I had this national master who said I would never be an IM because I was too social. But I think the bad things tend to stick with you more than the good things. But he didn't know what the fuck he was talking about. If he had said GM, he would have probably been right. That was a long time ago. But he was kind of a friend of mine in a way. I don't know how seriously he meant it, but anyway, it did stick with me for a while. I didn't care once I reached that point. I didn't hold it against him. He was kind of bitter, but all right. D6 or bishop E7. I feel like they're going to transpose a lot of times. I was trying to play bishop E7 the other day, but it's not so easy either. This D4 move is kind of problematic. And this is not so good, so I guess if you play Hungarian defense, you have to go into this line with D6. And then white has, both the pawn takes pawn and D5 lines, which are reasonable, I guess. So the D6 is interesting. And against the kid I played, I prepared C3. So we had C3, G6, I think, if I remember correctly. You played, or Chessritter played D4. Which is more, it's more active. So if pawn takes pawn, what do we do? Well, this is going to be answered in a minute. If pawn takes pawn, I had a game with black a couple weeks ago where I faced Nefedov, but that was different. That was I think that was an actual Hungarian. It's different. Yeah, he played like C3. What's up with like C3? Better for black. Wow. Wow. The engine is kind of changing its mind. It's changing its mind. It's seeing deeper and it's going to equal. As it gets deeper in depth, its evaluation is around 0 in most lines. Oh no, another challenge. That's odd. I don't understand why I keep getting challenges from people. Just because I'm streaming? Alright, anyway, that's another idea. But I'm gonna say this is fine for white, and it's not bad for white. But unlike the normal exchange Philidor, we both have committed ourselves. Like black's been committed to knight c6, and white is committed to bishop c4. And if it was like a normal exchange Philidor, those things wouldn't necessarily be the case. So I don't know, to whose benefit this really is. It could transpose to a normal-ish type of exchange Philidor, except black typically doesn't play knight c6 early in those lines. So I don't know what to think, Knight f6, knight c3, and now bishop e7. And see, now the problem is after castles, your bishop being committed on c4, it presents black with opportunities to attack it that it otherwise, wouldn't be attacked on, say, e2 or something like that. Nevertheless, it looks like this line is playable. Castles. And now If you play rook e1, which is the main move in the position, which is what you played, it prevents knight takes e4. So if I close my eyes and cross the street without looking, am I going to get hit by a car? Let's see. If I play h3, not looking at the opening explorer, knight takes e4, no games. Knight takes e4, d5, I'm not looking, car can't hit me. Knight takes c6, b takes c6, bishop d3, pawn takes e4, bishop takes e4, black has a bad structure. My question is, we get to this position where white to move. Is black threatening knight takes e4? All my exes are in Texas? The hell are you talking about? Are you drinking again? You're talking about American football? What are we talking about? Well, I mean, you got to ask yourself the first question, like, why is rook e1 the main line? And I would say, like, well, normally rook e1 would be played to prevent this fork trick with knight takes e4. Why else do I need to play rook e1 in this position? I could play a lot of things. Like I said, h3. h3 is the second most common move. My point is, like, why do I have to play rook e1? It's not like his rook is even on e8 or anything. The only thing rook e1 really does is prevent fork tricks. I guess it does one other thing, which is kind of subtle, but the other thing it does, and I know, like, Percy Hepworth or whatever, someone's gonna get, like, upset by this, but it frees up the f1 square for our bishop. So honestly, like, even Arsenal fan didn't jump on that one. Rook e1 prepares to retreat with bishop f1. All right. You know, personally, I like h3, but it's not as constructive a move, maybe. All right, whatever. Now black goes, you know, black goes noob. He's going fully noob style with knight takes d4 now. 2481 classical. Look at the statistical difference between rook e8 and knight takes d4. Okay, Dusan the Great, any of these guys who play the Philidor ain't gonna play knight takes d4 here, I hope. Knight takes d4 looks like some game I played against an unrated, you know, noob on the internet the other day, you know. This is almost always good for white, essentially. Surprisingly, there's some good names here with black. But, I mean, the problem is, ultimately, you're centralizing white's queen. He has maneuvers knight d7 and knight g4. I don't mean to say I told you so, but again, I want to know why we need to play rook e1. I'm going to ask again. What the hell is wrong with h3? Is the point to play like rook e1, knight e5, bishop f1? Yeah. Get out of the way. But, you know, I have another question, like, is kind of like, well, is this so bad? Maybe not. No, not to prepare f4. Don't Don't remind me of this game I saw my teammate Sultan Varga beat some guy with black. You gotta be very careful about the f4. I almost lost horribly at... I mean, I don't think we want to play f4 if our rook's on e1. Would be... I'm just saying, like... I think if we want to play f4, you should have your bishop on e2 and lose, like, you know, bishop e2, f4, you know, bishop f3, something like that. f4 can be really iffy. Yeah, of course it's an idea. I'm not an expert on this either, but I think white has a nice position here. Although I'd rather have had h3 than rook e1, because you can see knight g4 is the main idea. Still, white's better, man. White's got to be better here. We have a statistically irrelevant sample size of 10 games. Some people played knight d7. Barlov, the old Romanian Chukotia. There was a Robert Hess game, but I mean, you know, it's playing some random guy. I don't know. c6? What did he do here? He played c6. Yeah, it's like plus 0.7 for white. And he lost to a 2468. How is Robert Hess 2600? I mean, is that his, like, FIDE rating? Seriously? It's not these guys from New York. I don't understand how all the ratings got so high. It's really crazy. Okay. Knight takes d4, queen takes d4, knight d7, and now knight d5. Knight d5 is very logical. Sveshnikov, Barlov. You're just going to cash in, you know. Ching, you hear those, like... Just imagine the casino background noise. The coins, like, clinking out of the machines when you play, like, knight d5, and you hear this ka-ching sound. This is for people who are really masochistic with black, and they like to be tortured. I just really like, you know... I really want to be tortured. In either case, I don't understand knight takes d4. I mean, I really don't like it. I don't think that black should do that. And I don't think, like, experts on the black side of the Philidor or whatever are going to play this way. This just makes it too easy for white. Rook e8 is a high-level move. I mean, you're like, oh my god, the f7 square is so weak. But I see strong players play like this with black, including Zoli Varga, who had a game just like this, sitting next to me at the Hungarian Team Championship like 5 years ago. I was kind of, like, covering my eyes, like, not wanting to watch, because honestly it's actually just as hard for black to play as for white, but something happened, like he did 95 and started, like, luring this guy to, like, weaken himself, you know. He ended up maneuvering 95, knight g6, and white was, like, all overextending his kingside pawns. It's a weird form of kind of hyper-modern chess, and Zoli also plays Alyachin, so it kind of makes sense. He's playing a classical game and then converting it into a hyper-modern game at the same time. Anyways, this is just kind of thankless for black, but he played bishop f4. Now bishop f6. Now you have to go to e3 or d2. I don't know which square is better, by the way. I guess you can swing over to g3 here. That's the important difference. And I guess, I don't know where to put the bishop, but I would guess e2. You can play bishop e3. You can provoke him, like Asterbait would play bishop d5 here. Or you can play bishop e2. You were thinking this f-pawn could be later used to play f4, and of course. I'm just saying you have to be careful about f4, but it's an important component in the position. Well, I mean, I think this is a bit safer, and the bishop has better scope, you know, collectively guarding the g4 square. Some people have obsession with direct attack, but frankly, That's very surface, really. I mean, we don't have any other pieces pressuring. Where's my freaking frog? Can somebody raise... I need to raise money for a frog, for a pet frog. I'm serious about this now. I want to get like a big ass frog and just let him sit here with me on the desk. Be my pet. I'll be like the only like online live streamer who has like a fundraiser for raising money for a pet frog. That's terrible. So I just don't feel good. No, you're not allowed to play bishop takes e5. You're allowed to play it, but I mean, guys, talk to Astrobate about getting permission slip to do this. I don't want to do this, you know. The knight on e5 is great, but it's a knight. I mean, you really need a good reason to play bishop takes e5, and I don't see a good reason to play bishop takes e5. White is a good position. I just think it's a question of where you want to go. I feel safer with this. I would much rather give up my light square bishop, for example, than give up my dark square bishop, which I think is vital for defending the dark square weaknesses. We have an e4 white square pawn center. And I don't think you have to give up either, but saying if you did. For example, I don't really want to allow this. You know, something bad could happen. And this is really why you want to play h3 at some point. Objectively, white can still play something like queen e2, but then you have to calculate like what happens in these sort of scenarios. It may come down to a position where, you know, you literally have to sack a pawn or something. But a lot going on. Bishop takes e5 is horrific. And I think after bishop takes e5, white's lucky if he's not worse. Now you've given up something concrete in return for the fact that you have the superior center. And now, you know, after bishop takes e5, I'm not going to object to f4 because, like, well, why else would you do that, you know? f4 weakens you, but it also kind of makes up for the fact that you don't have a dark square bishop, so I'm not going to complain about this move. And now e5 is not a move I would play unless, you know, I'm certain. Hurting for certain. But then again, you know, maybe I don't play f4 if I'm not certain I can play e5. Alternatively, what are our options here, you know? If we don't play f4, we could lose the dark squares forever. This is not obligatory. We're also not threatening anything immediately. Now black plays bishop g4. No, rule number 1 of the bishop pair is if the opponent has a bishop pair, trade it off. So I think this move deserves pretty serious consideration. Bye-bye bishop pair. After what? Knight g4, just queen d2. Well, there was bishop takes c3. It's like a Benoni. I think bishop e2 is totally viable. I'm a little bit scared of those bishops. It's possible that this isn't a very good move. It's not exactly a plan. Bishop g4 just hanging out there isn't great either. I mean, it's probably a bad move by black. Now, I'm looking at it from white's perspective, but if I was analyzing this game for black, maybe I would suggest something else. I'm not exactly sure. g6, I mean, f7 is a little weak. What do you think? What do you guys think black's best move is? Bishop g4 strikes me as kind of artificial. It's very hard to get out of the pin, and d5 is a problem, and you can't play like c6 without dropping d6. So seriously, what is black's best move here? Maybe bishop g4 is okay, and then queen c8. That's what he did. But this is a nice move by the guy. This is a nice move. It gets out of the file, and it allows us to stay close. It keeps the pawn chain kind of at bay. I was expecting white to play h3 now. Queen sack. Wait a second. What? Queen sack? Excuse me? The queen sack? Sorry? Arsenal fan, would you like to specify which queen sack you're referring to? Queen sack? Oh, he's within range. Damn it. Missed him again. Frog. Oh, I wounded him. He's wounded. Ah, I died. Ah, I winged him. And then I killed him. Get my frog on. That was delicious. Fruit fly. I thought I missed him clean, but I winged him, and he like crash landed on the desk. And then I just put him out of his misery. It was a mercy killing. Wow, they're so fast as rare that I like catch them, but that guy was driving me crazy for an hour. So queen c8, ef6. Whoa, dude. It's really stretching and calling that a sacrifice. It's true though, like the back rank's guarded. Obviously I doubt it. You know, it's worth a passing glance. I mean, does white really have a threat? Is this like a threat of some kind? That's what I'm asking you. Yeah. He answered the question. I love Arsenal fan. He answers questions before I even ask them. That's the best kind of viewer, man. Can you just keep doing that? I'm going to be right back. Just keep answering the questions before I even ask them. We will be back in a minute while Arsenal answers more questions that I didn't even ask yet. Just pausing here while I go into rage mode in the other room. Just a second, guys. We'll be right back. Alright guys, we're back, sorry. I had to get more fruit fly juice. Blech. That was delicious, Panda. Do you like it? You like those fruit flies? Alright, so there seem to be some tangible threats. Okay, so not an absurd content. This is absurd content, but not an absurd concept. From Arsenal fan, offering up a queen sacrifice worthy of a blitz game. I doubt it's sound, but it's right on the borderline. So our c6 is the best move. Considered it, dismissed it. I dismissed it because of rook takes d6. But apparently I have too many weaknesses on the dark squares. Cheating a little there with the engine. Teddies have negligible neck size. Mr. Bean is always like stuffing his teddy in a suitcase and stuff. Alright. Or cutting his head off and shit. Alright, anyway. No, but it's a nice suggestion from Arsenal fan. It's something that, it shows he's outside the box thinker. Alright, anyway. Queen c8 was a good move. White now plays queen g3. Now there's no bishop h4, notably. And we're defending the rook, and we're threatening pawn takes f6, and we're on the bishop. So it looks like there's some tactics floating around now. The downside is this, right? Takes, okay, takes, and then bishop is under attack. So black doesn't really have any tangible weaknesses. That's what I like about black's game. On the other hand, Chess Riddler has a little bit of Kurt Richter going on here, Not dogmatically being unwilling to trade off his good bishop. And he's got space, and look at the central control that Riddler has. So what happened effectively is that Chess Riddler gave up his dark square bishop, somewhat questionably, but ultimately, black has kind of failed to maintain control of the center. So I think, now we see bishop e7, I think you have to see bishop c5. Shades of last game, really, like the first game we looked at was also unopposed dark square bishop. For the moment, white has dominant control of all four central squares, and there's pressure against f7, which is very obvious. Now the only issue is our dark squares. So if we play rook f1, black can come back and defend with bishop e6. So what would our evaluation be? Rook f2 gets skewered, but it allows bishop takes f7. So it is a move immediately. No, I think in like 99% of cases, black is playing bishop e6, right? 99% of moms prefer GIF. No, I think in any rook move to the f file, black's playing bishop e6 and trying to consolidate. Is e6 a move? I like that. Is e6 a move? Well, e6 is a nice idea, but I'm afraid the check will throw a wrench into things, and it's kind of doubtful. It's kind of doubtful this will achieve anything. No, but bishop takes f7 is. If you really want to be a psycho, this is worth a thought. I mean, at least we need to check bishop takes f7, because after king s7, e6. The first thing you should calculate are forcing moves. Mule Skinner knows that. Buddy knows that. This variation should be suggested first and foremost. Unfortunately, we need to see the money. Just doesn't seem like there's inherently enough weaknesses for white to generate any threats. Black's gonna just walk away. If rook e2, Unfortunately, there's this check. Then the king moves. I wouldn't be entirely surprised if there was something for white. This is lost. Alright. But anyway, moving onward, white plays knight e4, preventing bishop c5. So although I disagree with white's decision to give up the dark square bishop, as I did with Mr. Slow's submission from the first game, white has compensation for his missing dark square bishop, and he's got a substitute, bishop on e5. And honestly, his pieces are doing the job that the bishop used to do. So he has good control of all of these dark squares, essentially, while that complements his light square bishop on c4. So this is not a clear situation. It looks like black is under pressure, and there are tactics like knight f6 check. And so not surprisingly, black walked into that. Yeah, it's not so easy for black to defend here. You can't play king h8. He's drifted into kind of a passive position. He played the most solid looking move on the board. So what the heck is black supposed to do? Not easy to suggest a move here. Maybe h5, something insane like h5. Well, I think first of all you have to identify, probably not h5, but maybe you have to identify that this is a threat of sorts. First and foremost. The thing is, like, the bishop's in the way, so it's not really a visible threat until the bishop moves. And then knight f6 suddenly becomes very easy to see. Black might miss it because he's not looking for it. White's definitely looking for it. But my question is, what would you play as black here? Bishop e6 is a natural sort of blitz move. That line is will not release any wine before it's time. Black's sort of missing a rook. I really wish my other rook, if I were black here, to be on d8 or f8. It would be in play and black would be okay. But he's hurting without that rook. White's king is somewhat exposed. He hasn't paid any price for that yet. Is anyone still here? Good. Good to see you guys. So black now voluntarily plays bishop e6, and apparently this is best. I'm just going by the analysis that was sent to me. Clearly knight f6 check. Bishop takes f6, pawn takes f6. And, black's pawn structure is pretty shady. After rook takes c1, queen takes c1. That's nothing to write home about. But black, I would say, should be able to hang on, hopefully, with the bishop defending f7 from g6 and defending against frontal threats. If black's lucky, he'll hold a draw here after bishop f5, but bishop e6 walks into knight f6 check. He has to take with the bishop. We take, and now we're threatening mate. Notably, black's heavy pieces are out of play at c8 and a8. I thought the queen c8 was a good move. It may prove to have been a mistake. I just want to go back a minute in the game to that moment when black played queen c8. It's not easy to suggest what black should have done here. I bet the computer will come up with a good defense. But you got to have like balls of steel. Bishop f5. Or bishop e6 immediately. Anybody who's curious about balls of steel, there was this embarrassing video I saw of Grandmaster Ruin Jinjiashvili. He was like, I mean, Roman lived in the States all his life, and he speaks perfect English, but his problem is he has kind of a strong accent, which he never lost. And so, I mean, I don't know. When he talks, it's like a little hard to understand him, but he was giving this lecture at like the Boylston Chess Club, it looked like, or something. And Mool Levin sent me the video. Imagine like giving this lecture. You're supposed to be like a serious grandmaster giving a lecture to like, not the boys, but essentially like a mixed venue with like little kids and chess moms and, old people. And Roman's just like, I played against this guy. I think his name was Balls of Steel. Like, we don't necessarily say that out loud in front of like, 5-year-olds and stuff. But it was just funny. He said it off the cuff. It was just like a meme. Roman just like saying balls of steel. When I first saw the video, I thought it would just be him like saying like you'd need balls of steel in this type of position, but it turned out it was just his opponent's name or something like that. I think the other guy's name was Balls of Steel. Black needs balls of steel here though. Something went wrong. So it all started to go wrong. White at space, he has threats now, and then pins him up. Kurt Richter. I think that Chess Riddler and Kurt Richter would get along nicely. They have a nice tactical kind of mechanic about their game. A little different from me. And you might want to reference the F6 advance. Speaking of Kurt Richter and his tactic book, which I can never remember. I think it's just a chess. Maybe Mr. Slow knows. I think it's just like chess combination or something, But one of the themes in the Richter book, I believe, and I actually get it mixed up with some other books. I have another tactic book by Curious, which I haven't seen in 5 years. This is one of the most, if not the most, like common attacking concepts in chess is probably F6 push on like a tactic concept level. Probably the most common. Ja, Kombinationen. Der Fawn im Fleisch. The pawn in the flesh. I love German. Schweinenfleisch. Pannen in Schweinen. Alright. Yeah, very unpleasant position now. Arsenal fan, any good queen sacrifices you can think of? Maybe bishop takes c4? That's not going to fly. I think it's black to start thinking about... Time to start thinking about sacrifices. He plays queen d7, and now he... Well, he, she, it, they... Wouldn't we want to consider taking, and having a free bower here on f6? It's possible it's not enough. Well, in fact, it's like likely it's not enough. It looks nice, but what we really want to do is mate black, right? So he plays for the mate. He's going to swing in there. This isn't about the pin. This is just a sort of cheapo, if you will. The problem is, if you ever try to play queen h6, you drop queen d4 check and queen takes f6, right? So I'm afraid that white needs to make some kind of prophylactic move. If you had c3 in already, then maybe black's in much more trouble. Or king h1. I don't know, king h1 would create back rank problems, but maybe c3. So apparently the best move is queen f4. Although I don't understand if we're actually threatening anything. Again, this isn't really a threat. If you have queen f4 plus c3, then very likely black is in big trouble. But he played instead queen e3, you know, lining up here, obviously. And then black plays queen d6, threatening to trade queens. Rook f2 blocks and protects f6. No, no, no. Rook f2 where? Rook f2 where? Oh, you mean in the event of queen d4 check? Alright, so if we go here, and black needs to make a move. Well, now he can just trade pieces. I don't get it. Yeah, I'm not really sure I understand this. Are you serious? Bishop, let's see. Queen f4. Bishop takes c4. Sorry for being somewhat daft, but no. You got this check, and this is obviously not what Mr. Slow means. So what's up with this move? We have some kind of shot, or we're just taking on c7, and everything comes with check. Oh, you have this. Then queen d4 check. Ah. You just have to recapture, I guess. But I'm not sure white is winning. Wow. I don't get it. What am I missing here? Wow, queen h6 works. It just works. It just works. Duh. It just works. Because king h1. Yeah, you're getting mated or you're getting mated. That's a shame. So he missed queen f4. He tried a similar move, queen e3, and now queen d6, and now queen h6, and now black blundered with queen d4 check, allowing rook f2, which was the game continuation, which Mr. Slow was talking about. So black has another move here. Instead of, obviously he has queen f8. Queen f8 stays in the game. Queen f8, king f8, bishop e6, rook e6, rook e6, f e6, rook e6, rook e8, rook e8, king e8, king f2, king f7, king e3. And so now if king f6, this has got to be a draw. White is better, but I mean, this is no like better, you know. I mean, it's either a draw or white is like winning. White has an extra tempo. Hasn't weakened any pawns. It has to be a draw without calculating. Totally symmetrical. Where's my foul? I don't know where they're hiding, like between games. Mr. Slow, is that the next game for next week? So anyway, we're only on game 2. Did I get a game from the Mule Skinner? Mule Skinner just subscribed a little bit earlier. Well, that was Steinkohl. He actually answered my question too about the pawn on f6. Schwein in the Flesh. The Schwein on f6. Yes, yes. We played a match in the Black Forest in 1934. But the game continuation was queen d4 double question mark, rook f2, and now we have a problem. So we did get to see a queen sacrifice. Takes, 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 and it's just not enough. Try your hand at a fortress blockade. No, you need rook and bishop versus queen, not rook and bishop versus queen and rook. This is not an option. He actually, Chess Riddler has 17 minutes left here, and he like gave back the exchange with rook f1, but whatever, it's fine. It's a little risky, like, but not really. You know, I mean, there's too many pawns on the board. I think it's a safe enough decision, but you really shouldn't. You know, I mean, you should probably just play h3 and keep your extra material, and you win faster that way. All right, we're going on to Astrobate's game. Serious chess now. Did I Oh, the next game is a McCutcheon. Cool. All right, let me grab that. Yeah, I thought the McCutcheon would be fun. Open link in new window. Professor Pfeiffer. Marlon Pfeiffer. It's a post-war game. We had another post-war game from 52. Okay, let's see. Michelle Pfeiffer's dad. Pfeiffer Corn. All right, let's see. Copy. I'm just gonna, you know what? Let's see. Copy. I'm just gonna create a new study. Learn, study, new study. Just so I don't forget for next week. Week 2. Feb week 2. Analysis stream. And I'll just put your name in there so I don't forget. Analysis. Analysis. How do you spell analysis? Feb 2, add members. And create a chapter. Add a chapter. Mr. Slow. Professor Pfeiffer, I'll call it. Professor Michelle Pfeiffer. Alright. Pfeiffer Corn. We like to have fun here. Alright, next, back to Astrobate's game. All hands on deck, Mr. Slow, whatever. Learn, study. Will we play in a GM tournament in 2 weeks? Maybe, maybe not. Hopefully we'll know by next week, though. I'd really like to know. They need a player here. And I'm a foreigner. Hey, we need a foreigner who's willing to play for free. I really need to gain like 50 rating points. So if I'm needed for something, 2385 is a lot better than 2335. It really would be very nice if someone would donate like 50 rating points to my cause. Alright. Or I could go back in time to like 2016 or something, when I was still 2385. Alright, well anyway, Astrobate's game with white, we have, how's our board? We're on the right board. Do we see names? The names aren't really aligned here. Text. Because people are organizing tournaments with like a 2400 Grandmaster average. If I'm 2335, I'm dragging down the average. If I'm 2385, I'm almost maintaining the average, so I wouldn't really hurt the tournament. If you add me into your tournament of 2400 and I'm going to drag it down like 5 points or something. Alright, text, window capture. Alright, unlock source. What am I doing? Alright, moving the board a little. Maybe make the board a tiny bit smaller. Can we do that? All right. There we go. I can't see anyway, but you can, and that's all that matters. Window capture, welcome everyone. Don't forget to donate your gift subs. Just Play in England. I hear even the 1600s are titled. I was thinking of moving to Austria. Just by moving to Austria, my rating would probably go up like year over year, like 10 to 15 points. Just have to wear some loud clothing. It's kind of expensive compared to Hungary, although some things aren't. You know, like food is surprisingly less expensive in Austria than it is in Hungary. All right, knight f3, d5. By the way, like the EU just agreed to this huge package that Orban signed off on. So it's like I was holding my breath about the foreign, because my money is like invested in properties with foreign value, and if the foreign like collapsed, it would be really bad for me right now. So hopefully I can breathe a little easier with the assurance that the Hungarian foreign isn't going to like collapse in the next 6 months. b3, knight c6. Is Arsenal in the house? All right, bishop b2, and then bishop f5. Flock. Is a flock or plock. You build a fence for horses or cows with it. Interesting. I don't know what word we're trying to get at there. So we got the guy going knight b4. This is like those guys who play knight g5 in the Bodler. What? Nigalidze? What's that? What's the Nigalidze? What's Nigalidze? Can I just like gain my own rating points like with private matches or something? What is that? Italian Machine? Who's Nigalidze? Oh, they cheated. Oh, I never heard of him. Well, it's getting more common. Okay, knight b4, knight d4. Yeah, do you have to play knight d4? No. No, you can also play d3. So it's a tough call here for Acerbate. And knight a3 is not good. Not great. Your older brother. Your older brother got banned for drinking too much during the games, right? Well, I guess for most people it would be like getting your balls chopped off, Arsenal. But if you really cheated, like, then chess didn't really matter. So probably wouldn't. Honestly. For a real chess lover to become a GM, it would hurt, you know. But I mean, if you cheated, you probably didn't really care or love the game in the first place. So, knight d4, hitting the bishop and defending c2. I think that White's gonna need to try to profit from this move, you know, because otherwise it feels like knight d4 is just putting it in harm's way. You love to hate. Actually, you can learn to love to hate. Get your love and hate in at the same time, and lovingly hate stuff. Or hate stuff lovingly. But I don't know. I think like d3 might be the simpler solution, Acerbate. Acerbate's... You don't like the drugs, but the drugs like me. Exactly. Knight d4, bishop g6, and now a3. Fine. It's good to punish him, because if you don't play a3 before c5 comes in, black will, you know, profit himself. This is an interesting move, you know, f4. And then Aspirate, you really should have played this because what we're hoping for is c5 check. Which turns out to be rather awkward for black. Maybe black needs to consider, I know it's ugly, but bishop d7. Let's say needs to be considered. No, I mean he doesn't have to play c5 obviously, but what the heck is the knight gonna do? Just go back in front of the pawn again? So Astrobate, I think you need to really go for this f4 and try to get your Dutch on, or bird. a3 and now knight a6. The good news about knight a6 is that it stays out of the way of the c-pawn. The bad news about knight a6 is that it's not a very good square. Best case scenario, it regroups through c5 or c7. But no, he's amazingly walking right into bishop b5 check. Damn, dude. Astrobate, this is like crushing. Oh, I'm on the wrong screen. Are you telling me like this whole time? How? Oh man, I'm on the wrong screen. No, we're good now. Wait. I don't understand. I don't know, Mr. Slow, why? It was like there was a lag or something. I'm not sure I understand what was going on there. I'm not sure we're on the wrong screen. It seemed like both of I had two screens, but they were both on the same position. Yeah, now it's okay. I don't know what happened. Maybe I was just lagging or something. Mr. Sohand, Hype Train, Organizer. Astrobate, how could you miss this, bro? I think it's like 5 years in the UK. Probably. Oh yeah, Arsenal fan, exactly, Bob. It's like 5 years or something. They're real softies over there. No, I saw this guy, actually, I don't know. Why are you distracting me, though? Why are we talking about this? And why doesn't the board look straight? The pawns look... They look like... Wow, I must need glasses. To me, the pawns don't look straight. Does anyone have that feeling, if you look at the pawns on the lichess board, that they're not straight? Am I imagining this? These pawns up here, the ones I'm going to highlight now, does anyone... Can anybody back me up and support me if you look at it for too long? I mean, it's some kind of optical illusion. Astrobate, you missed this, bro. How exactly does black answer the call here? Can't believe you didn't see this. My student. Knight takes c6. Acerbot. That's pretty brutal, man. That would have been a good submission. But you didn't want to beat him so quickly. You wanted to enjoy it, like savor your food. So instead you played c4. Not a bad move in spirit. Now black plays c6. And so if pawn takes pawn, we're going to see queen takes, I think, at this stage. Because black would be likely to spot this devastating tactic. It's always nice to get the Aspirate game in there, a little bit of a break. Instead, he just plays knight c3, and now Now I'm concerned that black might actually have a decent position. Maybe I'm going a little too far, but I mean, obviously, obviously e5 looks like it could be somewhat dangerous. I mean, maybe it's not that clear, but damn, dude, you were too hesitant here. Knight c3, and then black played that. And that's kind of a sad move, isn't it? And you're still just not ever willing to play f4? Even if your opponent is like begging you to play it, like please play f4, please trap my bishop with f5. Please, please, please kill me now. Azerbaijan's just like, no. I'm just going to play bishop e2. This is really innocuous. And he refuses to play e5, which is clearly the best move. Plays knight f6, and now you played... Don't make me see this. Total refusal to fight for the center with f4. And then finally the guy wakes up out of his daze and plays e5, which is extremely obvious. Knight f3, bishop d6. You'd almost think like black was a competent player at this point. He's 1709. C takes d5. C takes d5, nice center. Black's completely consolidated his position, and now white plays knight e4. It almost looks like a normal game now. Wow, knight h4. I'm almost like tempted to give that move an exclamation point. A positional plan of garnering the bishop pair. This is becoming a legit game now. It was like they were playing chess 960 and then reached the normal position. Are you sure you guys didn't think you were playing chess 960? I think Astrobate would be good at chess 960 actually. Once he gets coordinated, he's all good. Maybe the openings not so much, like me. But it doesn't matter once he gets out of the opening. Just coordination. And also simplified positions. He plays better. Black should just castle, but he provokes with bishop e4, and now you just took it. Fine. Big hold here on f5. Nice. And now black castles. And I would love white's position in a serious game. I wish I could have had this position like in the last game I lost in the Hungarian Team Championship last year, for example. I'm not sure how much better white is, but you're definitely fine. But he refuses to castle. Yeah, I mean he's flirting with g7. If black has time to play rook e8, the bishop come back to f8. Maybe he evades capture like an outlaw on the run. I'm proud of Astrobate at least playing bishop e2, because normally he puts the bishop on d3, blocking his d-pawn, and obsessed with playing. He has an obsession for playing for this diagonal, like Lasker Bauer. But here he makes a really strange move. Yeah, I mean, this is the most obvious move. After queen takes d6, white is two bishops versus two knights in a fairly like semi-open position. So white must be better. Although black's central pawns are pretty decent. I don't know how much better white is here. Plus point 0.8. He's 0.8 better. But Astrobate instead plays this. Retreating your knight from f5. You got to ask yourself, like, does that make sense? Like, you just played knight f5, and now you moved it back to g3. Well, okay, his knight just captured on e4, and now you want to... Let's just review this again. Okay, bishop e4, you take... I see, you just straightened your knight out. It was on h4. Okay, now it goes to f5. so it can go to g3 and challenge said knight at e4. You can kick the knight out with the pawns and just take his bishop. You know what he's thinking, right? He was excited about like having this file open for his rook on h1. He was really excited about that. So excited, in fact, that a few moves later he castles kingside. For the first time in the last 7 games when he was white in a Nimzovich opening. Knight takes g3, h takes g3. It's all fun and good until somebody loses an eye, right? But this is really like nothing special. As far as like open, half-open h-files go. But I can go f5 here instead of knight takes g3. True. Yeah, we can always rely on Mr. Slow for insightful suggestions. Arsenal fan, Mr. Slow. You guys, you make the most suggestions. There's some others. Obviously, Italian Machine's here today. I really appreciate the interaction with the audience. F5 is a great suggestion. Which is another great reason to not play knight g3. But even so, I think like as far as half-open h-files go, this isn't exactly, the most dangerous. Your bishop on e2 is doing nothing special. You've got the one-move cheapo with queen c2 coming up, of course. But other than that, realistically, you need to castle kingside anyway. So nothing special there. Black plays knight e6, and that knight's really come a long way from almost getting mated in 3 moves, but Jesus. Now you start to understand when you overdose on the mushroom vape what happens. Highlighting the weakness of the light squares. That's like one of those things that makes you go, And you cue up the Beastie Boys, like that intergalactic song, like Another Dimension, Another Dimension. That's where you need to hit that right now. He's in another dimension. Playing bishop c4, dude. Not our dimension, like clearly. This is when you want it too much. You're thinking of caveman chess. I mean, he wants to do this. And he wants to... I'm surprised, though, he didn't pull the trigger on queen c2. I mean, that's his normal modus operandi. He loves playing for, like, one-move mates. And it seems like the perfect place to do that. Sometimes he won't do it if it looks too obvious. And the other thing is, like, he's tired of me criticizing him for putting his bishop on d3. So I think normally he would play this. But it's like, oh no, Saji's going to criticize me for putting my bishop on d3 again. So that's why he didn't do that. Although this is objectively, a reasonable move under the circumstances, probably. Inducing black to perhaps weaken their position slightly more. Which is normally what he does. He induces things. Ironically, his natural move probably would have been better. This was like, what are you doing? It's a wonderful idea, but I don't think it's going to work. You got a queen, a rook, and a rook. Black can just play h6 and stop everything. So he takes, rook takes c4. This bishop neutralizes the bishop on b2. How is white's attack going to work here? The only way it's going to work is if we do like rook h7, king h7, queen h5 check, king g8, and then rook h4. Even that doesn't work, though, because at the end of the day, black can play like f6 and create an escape hatch for his king. So I don't see really any world where this attack is working. I mean, ask yourself, what world is it working? You know, even our best case scenario would be something like this. And on rook takes c4, I'm just trying to, you know, imagine a world where Astrobai's tactics work. Queen h5. Can you imagine a world where Astrobai's tactics work? I think I actually found a position that wins for white. Black doesn't have a defense here, does he? Like, this actually is mate. Because, like, the only defense essentially is... There's no escape hatch here. Because the queen's on h5. Oh no, g6 works. Oh my god, Mr. Slow. Not to be the bearer of bad news, Sludgy. Holy shit. Even this doesn't work. Oh my god. Yeah, that would be like... I'd want to kill myself, you know? Wow. Wait a second. I have queen h6. And he's like, nope, you have queen f6. I have queen f6. And then I get the rook back, but I'm still down a piece and I'm lost. Unbelievable. Basically, there is no variation where even if you like could play like three moves in a row, you're winning here, Astrobait. You need more than a little bit of help. This is like losing on purpose. Rook e8, a useful move for black. Rook g4. And now you literally have no threat. Rook c8. Basically, it's like Znasko-Borovsky. Astrobait and Znasko-Borovsky. New edition of how not to play chess. They're working together in another dimension. He's had a seance with Znasko-Borovsky. Oh my god. Astrobait, this is the worst game you've ever submitted to the stream, dude. Not to hammer you too hard. f4, knight g6. So you're basically down. You're down a piece with no compensation. There must be a nice finish because it's definitely not in the middle game. I'll just say this game was painful to watch. But here's an interesting point, okay? After hammering Astrobait on his play relentlessly here, let's put ourselves in black's position, and oh my god. Just when I thought it couldn't get worse, I'm dead. Put yourself in black's position, right? I think after pawn takes f4, we have a pretty strong pawn chain here. The bishop's very good on the long diagonal. And we have f5. Speaking of, you know, pig fencing in the Black Forest or whatever, there's potential for this for white, but he goes and he does this. What? And you still won the game. That's unbelievable. Black is playing with no plan. He plays rook c5, the most random move ever. And now d4. And now rook takes h5, queen takes h5. Another random move. And now g takes f4, b3's hanging. Black sees that. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to put this game together. It's basically some kind of cheapo. What's there to say about this game? Maybe the worst game I ever saw. All right. Thank you, Astrobait. No hard feelings. That's like you slipped a 50 under the table for your opponent or something. Find the worst possible moves. I need some rating points, bro. That was bad. All right, Arsenal. Now we're gonna see some real chess. No fun intended. No pun intended, Masturbate. That was a bad game, bro. Let's go for quality rather than like cute finish or whatever, you know? I want you to emphasize quality in your next game submission. Low CPL. Did I get a Mule Skinner game today? By the way? I didn't remember getting a French defense in the mail. Oh, I sent my... the good news is that my IRS check got cashed today, so I was really excited about that. I mean, I had to pay the IRS. It only took like a month to get there. I was afraid I was going to have to cancel my check. That's a pain. You will have one decent game. Okay. Yeah, Italian Machine. Somebody's going to gift Italian Machine somebody's going to gift Italian Machine a subscription, right? Am I right? I'm going to peer pressure someone into it. National Master. Mr. Slowhand did it. Mr. Slow. Gifted a tier 1 sub to Italian Machine. It's good to have strong players, especially for the analysis stream and our tournaments on Tuesday. I don't care about the simul. You know, Mr. Slow and someone in sound can be the captains of the simul, but it's really nice to have a national master or two around for analysis and the tournament on Tuesday that I do. Good job. And Italian Machine seems very, willing to engage and be constructive here. Like some of the trolls. No, the national masters are less likely to be trolls. Alright, so C4. I also want to say, this is Arsenal fan. I gotta go back and check my message from Arsenal fan to get the backstory for this game. Because I just put it in. Are you allowed to talk to me? Where the hell is Arsenal fan? He's not allowed to talk to me? Jesus Christ, why is life so difficult? Arse. Come on, man. Why is life so difficult? Arsenal fan, John Henry. Arsenal fan. Liverpool fan. Where the hell is our last message? Did you delete it? Hi, got a game to submit for analysis. Feel like it sums up the types of situations which I get into with the board. I feel like I had a good opening and solid position, but was unable to find a way to win. Alright, let me just get this straight now. You're playing C4. Normally you've been E4, it's the occasional D4s. One thing that I think it's kind of corny to say this. You were black. Oh. Alright, that makes more sense, but I'm still... I see, it was a C5. Alright, whatever. Although I think you have occasionally played the English. I have noticed, especially playing online, Knight F3 and C4 is a sign your opponent is a kind of thinking player, right? Because if you play these people who are playing E4 and D4 and playing the Bodler attack and the London, and there's surprisingly stronger and stronger players that are willing to do that crap. It's like brainless zombies. It's like mowing down brainless zombies. I feel like Knight F3 and C4 players, it's like a warning, When you face someone who plays Knight F3 and C4, I think you gotta be okay, this is not a mindless zombie. Not to say that you can't play the English like a mindless zombie. I mean, there are people who do that. But mostly, Bob's just trying to troll Arsenal fan. Dude, don't feed into his shit, Alright, so C4, you know better than that. Knight C3. Bob doesn't know anything about chess, dude. He just knows what are trigger points. So G6. We're black. Arsenal using a King's Indian move order, but it is in English. And, I mean, you avoid playing... I think it's tricky being a Benoni player and playing against the English. Grunfeld player playing against the English. So, knight f3, bishop g7, d4. And now after castles, bishop g5. So you actually played a King's Indian move order. There's different ways to approach this position. I find it interesting that you... Let me ask you a question, Arsenal fan. What about castles versus d6? I mean, assuming you're not playing the Grunfeld, you obviously can play c5 here, you know. Well, they've already played d4. So my first question to you would be, why don't you play c5, going for a Benoni? Because they'll just play the Marazzi. That's a good reason. Okay, so castles, bishop g5, now c5, and now the Marazzi is not an option. And now white has two choices. I mean, I'm an unofficial expert on this. The Smyslov approach is e3, and you just play like a flower, you know. It doesn't promise much for white, but it's solid. The more aggressive way for white to play, which I've played mostly, is d5. But I've had all kinds of struggles against many strong players. Hebden, Wojtkiewicz. I lost to Hebden, I lost to Wojtkiewicz. I've beaten countless weaker players, but I've had a hard time against the best players I played when I played the system for white. Yeah, of course, I played it against everybody. I played against John Nunn in Online Blitz. I've faced, like, a million people, but it's just not that good for white once you reach a certain level. I think the level is like basically 2300 and above. People who are black like know what they're doing, and it fails to be like dangerous. You can still get a draw against the odd John Nunn with the white pieces, but it's just not really, it's not dangerous. And the computer even like just like says it, like bishop g5 is just sucks. All right, but c5 is one of the best moves. Wojo, how did he do this against me? I've seen everything. You know, h6 and g5 is a viable option. I feel like Wojtkiewicz might have even played b5 against me. But I can't remember the exact move order. Very rarely people do that. Even e6 is possible. You played the standard move, d6. And now white played e3, which is correct. I've also played... Yeah, actually, I lied. I think this was my game with Wojtkiewicz. It was probably here. Maybe where he played b5. I don't remember. Something like that, but it was a long time ago. Elvest has occasionally played it, which is probably bad for me, by the way. Now in retrospect, that I think about it. If you think about the fact that Elvest played the system with white against Kasparov in 1995, and the fact that I played it against Wojtkiewicz, that's not good. You know, that means that I'm walking into, like... I'm probably walking into, like, you know, a guy who analyzed with Elvest his game with Kasparov or whatever, you know. I didn't realize, like, Elvest played this line, because they were really close. Well, I mean, 1995, I don't know where that was, by the way, but anyway. So your opponent played e3. I don't know if 92 or that's better. Some people play e4. I don't think it's good or bad. It's a different variation. It's a Benoni after e6, where white has played e4. It's a little more weakening. Let's just focus on what happened in your game. Okay, e3 and h6 has to be good because bishop f4 can be met by knight h5. Hebden did a weird thing against me, which I had never seen before in this position, I think. He played like queen b6. Notice this is like the last move on the list. This was a game in like 2005. If it's in there. Nothing in there, but maybe game, it was in Hastings in like 95. I think. I didn't know how to react to that. You know, I was like, wow, that's weird. I've never faced queen b6 before. No, I mean, knight a4 doesn't do anything special, although it does put the knight on the side of the board. It's an interesting, like, offbeat variation. I didn't really know what I was doing with white against it. But, you know, the normal continuation is g5. And then we get the standard shit. Here, knight h5. I have a bazillion games from this position. That's what you're supposed to do. Alternatively, I guess e6 is okay. Like transposing to a kind of Benoni. And that's not what you did either. So you played rook e8 here. Which, while it may not be bad, I'm not sure I understand its, let's say, independent significance. You obviously have option A, you know, and you got to watch the sacrifices. I lost to a 1500 in a London 2 weeks ago. This only works in a very rare case, like knight h5. This is a perfectly legit variation for black. Because like the dragon, you're going to play rook e8, and you can never get mated with the fianchetto bishop on g7. If white doesn't have the dark square bishop, you literally can never get mated. And though it looks weakening, it's perfectly acceptable for black. There's also some guys who will go for f5. Mr. Slow might have played this way against me. I don't remember. Generalizations are not enough here, Arsenal. You have to rely on concrete calculation. Obviously, if you play something like g5, general ideas obviously go out the window. You have to make sure about everything. So that takes some focus. Rook e8, I'm not sure it has any independent significance, but I'm not sure it's bad. So now, if I were white, I would normally think about knight d2 to try to discourage you from doing like g5 and knight h5. I can prevent knight h5. It's been a little while since I logged on to Fix. Did you get your fix lately? My fix time was really, you know, pre 2000. Italian Machine. Although I confess to experimenting with the occasional game on Fix as late as probably like 2007. It was kind of funny though. Like I played there way back in like, you know, the early 90s, and I remember when it became FICS and when they separated. I actually played on, you know, I'm that old that I played on the original internet chess server, which was obviously predating both ICC. I played in the BU computer, the computer department. I remember having those like green screens. And yeah, I played the first online chess game. But all right, rook e8. what's the independent value of this? All right, let's see. Dusan, the Great. Bishop d3, speaking of ICC. e6. Castles. E takes d5. C takes d5. Now, Arsenal fan, I think like it's like poker, where you know, I talk about occasionally the Mike Matisow comment, where it's like you need a reason. You need a reason not to do something. That was his thinking. This one interview. I need a reason not to call. I need to keep telling myself I need a reason not to call. I think you, with black here, you need to be talking to yourself like you need a reason not to play g5 and go for his bishop. You know, I think you really need to approach the position like that. You need a reason not to play this move. Do you have a reason not to play this move? I am afraid of playing g5 because in the Black Forest in Germany, you know, it's not enough. That's not enough reason. You know, you need a concrete reason not to play this. Otherwise, I'm going to do it. Now, there are complications. Like, okay, here, you lose some light squares. And my plan with white is going to be to try to carve your white squares. If I can get a shelf on f5 like this, and that's one of the reasons why ultimately I think the rook maybe doesn't belong on e8 if you're going to do that. So maybe at the end of the day, you know, it's not a mistake. I will go for this outpost here and try to jam my bishop on f5. And I'm a freaking pro at this because I've done it like 8 million times to people. But I'll do bishop f5 and then like g4, and I'll just, you know, really like invade on the white squares. Just saying, you know, don't be like anti g5 because it can often be a good plan. But I think, you know, maybe you got to watch that f5 square. a6 is good, and then, you know, you kind of went a little acerbate here with bishop g4. But it's definitely not terrible. I mean, the main thing, though, is that I think you have to appreciate the difference between the Benoni, or normal Benoni, where the pawn is on e4, and the pawn is not on e4. So, effectively, if we look at the position strategically, when you go bishop g4, I mean, you know, normally in the Benoni, white has a pawn on e4, not on e3. So when we go bishop g4, we're knocking out that knight on f3 that controls this square and this square. We focus on dark square play. We're willing to trade our bishop pair because we're cramped, and we get good play on the dark squares, 97, 95, etc., etc. But just keep in mind that in this case, because white has played e3, not e4, he doesn't have the weakness on the d4 the way he does, you know, in the normal Benonis. So I think there's some cases where maybe we don't get quite as much play. Let's say we don't get quite as much play on the dark squares as in another situation. All right, let's see how it stacks up. White plays h3. He takes. We take with the queen. 97. Now I'm threatening 95. Okay, it goes there. What is that? All right. What would Faro Go Ivan do if he was still alive? Probably queen d1. No, I think queen d1. Because we want to go back, we want to give ourselves this. You know, we want to come back to e2. And like, you know, I say you know too much, but who was it that wanted to play f4 earlier against the Philidor? In a vacuum, the queen would be happier going to e2, but I think the bishop's happier to drop back to e2 now. What's the problem with e3, though? Right? I mean, I know these positions better than almost anybody because I played it so much. I know from experience that this pawn is a little bit tender. So I don't know if you can exploit that. E4 doesn't prep the E5 break, also true. So there's no threat of E4, E5, and the pawn on D5 can be a little weaker than, usual. But anyways, I just think, like, first of all, white should try to avoid exchanges here. So queen D1 is kind of a no-brainer. But now I don't know what to do from your perspective. Because, again, it's not 100% normal Benoni. You can go here, and, he could retreat to a different square. I mean, there's this type of stuff. I think it should go to E2. But man, do you know how many people I've destroyed by playing E4, F4, and E5 later on? Because they just sort of drifted and didn't have a clue what they were doing. I mean, if black doesn't have a plan here, he's going to get absolutely wrecked. If he's just drifting around playing random moves. Just because I didn't play E4 doesn't mean I promise I'm never going to play E4. I'll just play it later. It's like playing D3 and then D4 in the Joko piano or something. I didn't sign a contract that said I'm never going to play E4 for the rest of my life. And I admit, yeah, it's going to cost us an extra tempo, but if black, again, doesn't have a good plan, so you need to have a good setup. So if you can't get in B5, I'm not even sure if you should go for this. Knight D7 is definitely good, but let's say he does the right move. This just radically weakens our white squares. I think it's out of the question. Hello. So what I'm thinking is maybe we don't automatically go in there. The other plan you have, these kind of Asterbate likes to play C4, the Rook C8 type of thing. Maybe the Queen A5, swimming around. I mean, Queen A5 is always bad, but do we have anything with this sort of invading in there type of stuff? But we have to... It's just not obvious to me what our clear plan is, I think it's hard to play. It's harder to play than usual. But anyway, this is a weird move. Rook FD1. Now you play knight E5, and then he plays queen E2, and now your knight is it's a strong piece, but it can be chased away with F4. But if you're a real psychopath, you're not a true psychopath. You might not play knight takes D3, Imagine something like this. The queen D7 trapping your own knight. No, bishop C2, rook C8 or something, and then here, no, F4. Just saying, this could get real scary. Well, that hangs a piece, sorry. Let's go here. Let's just I just want to make a point, right, about this position. I mean, how dangerous is this position for white? Even though, he's a piece up. Because I'm a little concerned. Obviously, knight takes E3 is a threat of sorts, although the rook here can sacrifice itself for the bishop on D4. We do have bishop D4. Computer says black is lost. Wow, that's hardcore. So it just kills my hopes. Nah, 99% of tactics don't work. It's too much. I want to be willing to look outside the box to see if there's something crazy here. But you do have alternatives. You could play C4, as you know. Or let's say rook C8, F4. No, rook C8, bishop C2, c4, and if f4, you can chunk your knight into d3, or you can go back. You guys get what I'm talking about? So the question is, ultimately, should we take the bishop on d3? I know we can take the bishop, and I'm sure it's fine, but I'm just saying, like, should Arsenal fan or anybody in this position seriously consider not taking it? I guess if you're hardcore enough and you want to win, well, dude, the knight on e5 is very well placed. It's not as simple as that, Zeus. You have to consider not only is it well placed, I mean, what is this range? What is this long-term potential? You know, you can't be just like in the now. You have to be thinking like, what about in the future? Is the knight on e5 going to get chased away? Is it going to get trapped like I lost to Vladimir Kopian in 21 moves? Because my knight on e5 got trapped. I mean, it gets trapped in the King's Indian all the time. The knight can be powerful, but also get trapped a few moves later, so how valuable is it really? Anyway, enough philosophy. Okay, so knight takes c3, queen takes c3. You did the rational thing. Queen c7. I hate this square. I just want to say how much I hate it. Always. You know, it's kind of inactive. But at the same time, Arsenal needs maybe this square for his knight. If you go to d7, then like where are you going to maneuver your knight to? And queen a5 is always bad, is our joke. And obviously queen b6 just invites trouble. You know, you're trying to get your queen trapped by something like rook a4. We know about that. But I think this is playable. It's much harder to get your queen trapped when there are less pieces on the board. And in this case, there's two sets of minor pieces off. As Kosic would say, she can't attack with two pieces changed. Changed two pieces and she can't attack. So you can't really trap my queen without like all the pieces on the board. It's not so easy. I think d6 can be attacked, but we can defend it with a rook or whatever. Christopher Pace versus Jean Hébert. Send this game as PGN to your lichess account. Why do I recognize this name? Christopher Pace. Yeah, something from like World Open, or is it Canada? Hébert. Hébert played in the World Senior 2 years ago, but he was absent this year. Oh, that was from, okay, because it's from Italian Machine. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Hébert, so it's you versus Hébert. It's not from U.S. tournament, because Hébert would play, he would play in the World Open a lot and stuff like that. But I saw him in a CC 2 years ago. I never really knew him, but we played in mutual tournaments on closed boards and stuff. So a5, yeah, I feel the queen is kind of restricted here. I always like discriminate against queen c7. It doesn't have much mobility. I hate it worse than the King's Indian. What are his options though? Okay, this is a move too, but you're still not getting out of the pin. But I think this would be like honestly a worse mistake, because ultimately you don't really have any place to put your knight. You could consider something radical, honestly. If white makes a routine move, like we might be able to play queen f5. It's a Benoni thing. Obviously, there's also some chance of going here, but I'm just wondering, like, is it possible we can say screw the pawn structure and do the doubled pawns and control this? Maybe. Alright, just saying. Queen c7 here. But I mean, I think what we have here is a failure to communicate. No. What we have here is a position where it's like Kosic is talking about Evada Rylik, and the way she could attack, but if you traded two pieces, it was like a different player. The attack kind of goes out of the position. White's a little overextended. And his space advantage doesn't mean as much with two pieces traded off the board, I would say. So now bishop g3, knight e5. And here's a situation where we saw, like in the first game, Arsenal fan, thank you. Wow, 1,000 bits. Very generous. Well, you got me interested in this game because it's one of my favorite, lines. Bishop takes e5. I'm offering a draw. Probably around that point if I'm white here and I'm facing, hopefully a lower rated player. If I'm white, I'm 24.50 US, or I think it's time. This is the moment where white needs to seriously consider offering a draw and hoping his opponent takes it, because the bishop's stronger than the knight. This point, I'm taking black. I think until that, white is just about okay. But you know what? It's hard to sit there as white and be like, oh, I'm going to just live with that knight on e5. What is white going to do? Well, probably he should seriously consider living with the knight on e5 for a while. It's easier said than done, though. You can play f5 and kind of stack up on the e-file and maybe generate some threats. You can also play c4, maybe try to plonk in there on d3. But, I think white, it's a minor concession, but it's understandable. It happens a lot anyway, because, honestly, Arsenal fan, this would have happened in a lot of cases where you're playing g5, knight h5, knight takes g3 anyway. You know what I mean? So that exchange is often taking place, just there would be double pawns on g3. But I don't think that white has much here. So now, major moment, black plays b5. And I think this needs to be, seriously, you're better. And there's definitely, b5 is fine, but it's committal, so you need to consider your options. What can go wrong here? I'll tell you what can go wrong. White's knight, you're playing in Washington Square Park, and the hustler accidentally knocks his knight from c3 to c4. Can you imagine if I can do that? Oops, my knight, I adjust, I knock it over, pick it back up, and stick it on c4. If the knight is on c4 instead of on c3, reconsider this position. White suddenly might actually not be worse, but even be better. It's very possible. Think about how strong the knight is on c4. It will hit the bishop on e5, hit the base pawn at d6, lock the break on the queen side, and you're basically in trouble. And now I'm playing with knight on c4. I'm going e4, f4, e5. You're worse. But look how little it does on c3. So, rook a4 is a kind of funny move. It looks like in reality he'd be better off playing knight a4. But it's not possible because of queen a5. So how's he going to get his knight to c4 exactly to blockade that square? It has to go through b1. Probably knight d2, knight b1, knight d2, knight c4. It's a fantasy, but it could happen. If you let it happen, you're in trouble. So this isn't a bad move, although I think you have other options. Let's say. And now your big, again, nightmare would be a white square blockade. If white had a really firm light square blockade, it would be a banco. And again, knight on c4, pawn on b3, white's rooks on very good squares, white might be better. But again, at the end of the day, this bishop versus this knight, you know, your pawn is weak, but b2 is weak, and you have a protected passer on c5 if the b2 pawn falls. And white is not too close to playing e4, e5. You're clearly better. Rook a2, queen b3, rook a1, rook a b8. And keep in mind, you can always make this exchange for the knight on c3. You're going to take the pawn on d5. Okay, major moment. D6 will always be a liability. But it's not bad what happened here. You have to give up your bishop, you pick off the d5. I'm afraid this is a draw, though, objectively. You know, so somewhere between here, let's say here, and then here, if we take two photos of this position after rook a4 and maybe like queen takes d5, you went from better to equal. That's the feeling I get. You know, maybe you were never better enough to like have a win, but it looks like there should be like chances here. Yeah, maybe b5 was too quick. You got to consider c4. You know, playing c4 yourself. That's why he played rook a4. Yeah, so you can't play c4. You could play rook c8 and threaten to play c4. He'll probably play b3. This guy's not bad, by the way. Seems like a decent player. Not great, necessarily. I'm not sure. You know, b5. Okay. So, yeah, I think you could have had better. Obviously, trading the knight isn't really what we want to do. Do you have another move here? Do you have an alternative? Do you have any way to get a different pawn for that pawn? Like rook b6 or something? Yeah. Wow. Damn, dude. Computer thinks you're better, even not winning the pawn. Okay, it's not really better. It's like equal. That's a really weird noise. Yeah, maybe it's just not enough to win. What was that? So, I think this is a draw. Though theoretically, I guess the c3 pawn could fall. I'm definitely not agreeing to a draw yet. You were a little too... I don't know. Depends on who your opponent is, you know. It feels like if you're content with the draw, you're content with the draw. If you're playing a lower-rated player, I would still try to win here. But now it's 90% draw. Theoretically, you had a better pawn structure, but it's frozen now. It feels like you made up your mind that it was a draw, and it was a draw. Although king and pawn games could be lost here, this guy's king is not in the game. Wow. There's still chances. Do you have queen f2 there? That's a nice pass you got there. Let's get our Canadian jokes in. Queen e5 check. Yeah, okay. It's maybe f6, like trying to play somehow check in g5. If you could play g5, it seems like you still can massage him. I'm going to assume that queen d4 check is nothing. You also could try f5 now. I still would keep pressing here. At some point you have to admit it's probably a draw. Alright, Mr. Coffee, what's up? Draw. So I got another game from Italian Machine. I'm having trouble with my copy and paste. Alright. Yeah, thanks, Arsenal fan. Good game. Interesting. Learn, studies, add a new chapter. I hope this works. Alright, that's game 6. Next is Sun Prism. What time is it? Is it midnight yet? Oh, let's look at Queen Takes D4. You guys think there's anything there? I assume that's not good for us. Right? Here, here, here. So if Queen D4 check, he can't drop his pawn, so he has to trade. And now pawn takes. Black has a passed pawn, but it's in a square, so it's obviously it's not going anywhere. The question would be, is this weak? And White's king is going to approach the center. Could we get White into like Zugzwang or something? You know, where we play F5. I doubt this works. It's probably nothing. It's a draw. But you might ask yourself, the computer actually prefers King E5 first and then F5. You might ask yourself, how did I get here? We go again with the talking heads. But oh, King D7 is another idea. Yeah, that's my first idea too. Coming around to the side, that's losing. Isn't it? Yeah. I'm just trying to check if there's any way White could go wrong. You know what I mean? I think that's important to establish. Let's say here, here, here. Is there any way White could possibly like lose? King E2. King E5, King D3, F4. Now sadly we can't play D5. If we could play D5, we would be winning. We can't do it because White has like maybe even C5. Yeah, anyway, it's something. Alright. Yeah, important to make sure though. Black's king position is closer to the center. So Sun Prism with White. Oh no, not another King's Indian attack. Did I get a game from Mule Skinner was here earlier. I still don't remember getting a submission from him. Did I? Check my messages. Chess Riddler, someone on sound, Morales. No. What about Schumacher? He always like submits games and I don't even know because his messages never go through. I think maybe he gave up submitting games because I never see them. 111. That's last month, weeks ago. All right. He was here earlier. Anyway, I don't want to do this all night. And I'm running out of wine. I'm only going to drink 2 glasses of wine tonight. And that's it. And then we're going to bed and we're going to wake up early and get to work tomorrow. I've got a one bowl of wine. 1 bottle of wine a week limit. And just chill out. But this is another one of the same things. Sun Prism really likes these. He really likes this King's Indian attack, but I think you need to slow down. I didn't really like the position you got last time. Knight F3, Knight C6, G3. Black plays E6. So this is a French defense style setup. Perfectly okay for Black, not my preference. I told the story how I lost I lost against Boris Pryman. I've lost a few games. I gave up trying to play this way with black. Once I had a game with Feudal where he did d3. I did like g6 and d4, and that's really strong. Actually, there's a good book by one of Belyavsky. One of Dvoretsky's first books was Secrets of what was it? Opening Preparation or something. He had a couple of really good books in the beginning, I felt like. The older Dvoretsky books were the best. I mean, I know a lot of people talk about this endgame manual or whatever, but honestly, there was better books. So you're playing bishop g2. You're purposely leaving out d4. You're basically killing g6. That's an interesting move order. So black plays knight f6. White plays now d3. Because knight c3 is a closed. It's a type of closed Sicilian essentially. White can also play queen e2. That looks to be the main move here actually. With queen e2, what's the point? You know, you really you avoid any kind of queen exchanges on the d file. Ivanov was using this for a while. Alex Ivanov with white, but I found like most people tended to do it against this. This was more common. There was like a period, I don't know, maybe 10 years ago, even more than 10 years ago, where this setup became very trendy for white to play like g3 against specifically e6. Of course, even e4, e6, queen e2. The Chigorin system. I have a student who's playing that. I played it a couple times, but just like in club games. I mean, the thing like against knight c6, yeah, this I faced. I think McIntyre played it against me. I mean, I would never play e6 myself in this position. I would always go for like g6. But anyway, a French defense style setup. Bishop g2. Now knight f6. As I mentioned with Mule Skinner, black doesn't need to play knight f6 necessarily. What about alternative move orders for black here? As I mentioned, g6 is bad because you're hitting me with d4 in one move. Although that might even be playable. There's a Carlsen-Spidler game. It's probably not ideal for black. So even this, for example, like has to be a move. But what I was going to suggest is what I call the Kaidanov, Botvinnik, Watson thing, which is like d5. And I guess this is where we really get the point of white like omitting d3. The omission of d3 kind of gives white more dynamic options. It completely makes sense. So kind of my question becomes, white's overtly going out of his way to play the kings in the attack, omitting d3. How can we take advantage of it? I mean, it seems to me like I also had a game with McIntyre here where I played knight f6. And then he did something crazy, like he's an FM from Boston. Well, I haven't seen him in years. Pretty good player. He did something ridiculous where he like played e5 and lost really badly. So white can't get away with like pushing right away. You know, Arsenal fan, interestingly enough, I have on occasion played what you just did with reverse colors. You know, I've played a bunch of games with black where I've gone into a bishop g5, king's Indian with reverse colors. because ultimately, like, the tempo doesn't matter that much. Let's say in a King's Indian type of position. I mean, I've done fine. I've done fine with this kind of setup in general. It's okay, you know. Again, I don't think the extra tempo makes that much difference. But I won in the game where my opponent played e5. Most people would go queen e2 or d3. What's up with like queen e2 though? So this is really curious. Now black can actually play e5. So I think knight f6 is an interesting move. It would give white options though. White can transpose back into a closed Sicilian. You know, now we're back into closed Sicilian land. Maybe Morales or someone would want to do that. A closed Sicilian specifically with knight on f3. Because you could play the closed Sicilian with knight anywhere. e2, f3, behind the f4 pawn on f3, or knight on h3. There's all kinds of different setups. Or even, yeah, knight e2. Idea, defend with f5. Counter with d5. If white knows nothing, play a6 and b5. Kind of a closed Sicilian idea you're talking about? Anyway, we go into French territory now with e6. Okay, French type setup. Again, I think d5 is interesting, and the idea would be to try to play, you know, if you get the typical kind of thing with d3, we can put the bishop on d6, play knight e7. Kasparov played g6, e6. Yeah, of course. I mean, that's a very standard setup. The problem is, because of the move order, we can't play g6 here because of d4. So I know that's how I would play a standard closed Sicilian Steinkuhl. Oftentimes. Absolutely. This is like a Petrosian setup, they call it. Some people refer to that as a Petrosian formation. Yeah, but I don't really love this type of thing. By the way, you know, it doesn't look like d3 is right. I mean, you should play queen e2. I mean, you have the option to play like c3 and d4 here. There are also variations where white plays c4, oddly enough, fairly early on. No, so I think when you play d3, you go back into a normal King's Indian attack. And there's nothing wrong with it. It's just like, you know, the question would be like, why not try queen e2? Okay, now he's committed to knight f6. So you kind of like talked him out of playing, let's say, d5. So this is important. Take, and then white doesn't play along normal lines. Open e-file, anyone? Nothing could possibly go wrong here for black, right? Just hypothetically, like Arsenal, anyone? Nothing could possibly go wrong here. With an open e-file and white castled safely, I mean, I'm sure that black's 100% okay. I would say this is actually a little dangerous for black, and he has to be extremely careful about that. So that's kind of white's idea, to discourage d5. D3 is like, okay, you play knight f6, I'm fine with it. Bishop b7, castles. Now black needs to consider delaying castling. As Muleskinner has demonstrated, in most games he's not committing to castling too early, and I don't see any advantage in black committing to castling early if you don't have to. So these type of setups where we play, let's say, like b6, queen c7, b5, or yeah, well, that's about it. We want to maybe possibly consider the idea of delaying castling. I guess queen c7 doesn't fly if white has the ability to play bishop f4. But white needs to make a move. So let's say queen e2. Now, can we delay castling for black? So b5. I'd be surprised if Muleskinner didn't submit a game. This is very interesting for black. Anyway, I should be looking at it from white side. Is this going to piss you guys off if we flip the board? Because I was really being kind of unfair to Sun Prism by looking at it from black's perspective. I know I'm really a bad guy for doing that, like mid analysis, like flipping the board. That could be annoying. But really, to be fair to him, I'm not going to be biased against him. I took the black side because I was like playing it against him a few times, and I just intuitively wanted to look at it from the black side. But let's look at it from his side. Okay, flip it up. Bishop e7 kind of committal. I would think like black should play d5, challenge your center, force your hand. You should play queen e2. The question is how much can black delay? Wow, even g6 is a move here. Now that's something worth looking at. But the knight is on f6, not on e7. So it's a bit weird. Okay, bishop e7, castle, and now... Yeah, well, black didn't play d5, giving us somewhat of a free hand, c3. Petrosian always says, overprotect the strong point, right? On e4. Sorry, sometimes I get this paranoid notion that my phone is ringing when I hear a sound or something. I like to keep the phone away from the computer. So, okay, rook e1 is the most common move, but other than that, statistically, there's no sample size. c3, nothing wrong with that. Black's committed to castling kingside, and now black makes an atrocity of a move, h6. There's a reason why there's no games in the Opening Explorer with h6. Black's freaking castled. I've seen people do this, perhaps in positions where they haven't castled yet. Let's say, for example, black plays d5, white makes a normal move. Here's the kind of situation where you see like queen c7, rook e1, and then maybe even h6, for example. And this can actually be extremely dangerous. I've seen white, and I've even played some blitz games where I tried to do the King's Indian attack, and people hit me with like g5. I feel like that's what black is thinking. They're going to try to trick you into overextending your center. And even like fling the pawns at you on the king side. Once I saw this happen in the Huang Trong game, she's like the #1 highest rated Hungarian women player, originally from Vietnam. But Huang Trong used to always play the French defense. So I've seen her at least once do this with black, and my friend Alexander Minea as well. It can be an effective strategy. But I mean, if white is, not playing too dogmatically, like h4 is the worst thing you can do. Because black will just open up the king side with like g5. Okay, but anyway, back to the game. h6 is a really bad move. Inappropriate here. Obviously you have sacks on h6 later on. You played rook e1. Black plays b6. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to know what to do now, though, Like, he's tempting you to play e5, but the center's it's not locked. I still think this has got to be a good move. It's certainly not forced, though. So you decided to play d4. I mean, it's hard to know. Should you just make a normal developing move, push e5 like a c3 Sicilian, or should you take the center like you did? h6 makes me want to checkmate black. and go for an all-out kingside attack. So I feel like that's the kind of direction you should go in. That move should really change the focus of white. Yeah, exactly, Arsenal. I mean, I think this plays more in the center. And I'm not sure we want to open the center if we can, like, checkmate this guy on the king side in a situation where he's going to regret having played h6. h6 makes me want to go for an all-out, like, King's Indian attack style position, where I play e5, drive the defender away from the king side. I had this Catalan with the cheater, Rousis, where he put his knight on h7. And I've occasionally seen people do that in these type of KIAs, which are actually really closely related. But, I don't think like that's really Black's plan necessarily to put his knight on h7, although it might protect his king better than from d5. So d4 is more of a central move. Okay, take, bishop b7. Black is effectively playing a kind of Owen defense now, and like Arsenal says, is this a thing? Well, I mean, yeah, you could play bishop a6 instead. I mean, if you want to try to be active, I would think. Difficult to say though. I mean, if it's valid. It looks like Black's losing a piece here, right, with d6. Yeah. Yeah, there's no time. So even bishop e7 is losing a piece, probably. I mean, you never know, there could be some crazy tactic, but I mean, what is he supposed to do now? I mean, honestly, I don't like the exchange on d4. I don't like h6. And I don't know if there's a point behind the exchange on d4 if d5, d6 is going to like win a piece. Can I see this one more time? Take, bishop e7, d5, takes, threatening d6. Does Black have any sort of tactical save here? There's nothing, right? I'm just taking a piece. You can discover all you want. That's pretty unpleasant. I mean, what do you want Black to play? He has to play d5. This is looking like ugly. Yeah, like bishop e4. Okay, let's see, like bishop e4 maybe. Bishop e4, and then wait, there's so many choices, I don't know where to start. If you want to be really weird, maybe rook e3. I like that bishop just hanging out there on b4, pinning nothing. This is the safe move, but everything is possible except for maybe rook e2. That's probably not a good choice. It feels like Black should play d5, but then it's like, okay, h6 is just such a sick move in this position. I can't imagine how that's going to be really helpful for us. Well, let's see. e5. I mean, helpful for Black. How is it going to be helpful for Black? Besides taking away his ability to ever play f6. Knight e4. And then we challenge said knight with here, takes. And I mean, I'm just seeing this in my dreams, like when is bishop takes h6 going to finish Black off? Well, it's not that easy, but it's on the horizon. Really good Brasilimo here. I mean, I don't know what else to call it. Amazing that the engine gives white only the tiniest advantage. Wow. I would take white every time, and the computer is calling it like zeros. But maybe hard to play. It looks like a wing gambit where you're not down a pawn to me. I would definitely prefer white. I mean, you have a really solid structure, this chain. Yes, I know the pawn can be attacked, I thought white would be significantly better. Well, Arsenal, I think that's the point. Like, if you had the classical kind of position with your bishop on d3, then there's no question. Then it's like plus 1.5. This is the only reason why it's not plus 1.5, because your bishop's not on d3, aiming at the black king side. Then it's really good. So it's like we need to do this, but by then black will play a5 and bishop a6 and trade off your white square bishop or something. I am honestly surprised by that, though. Well, I mean, I don't know. White could play in more conservative fashion, maybe knight to 2 or something else. I also want to mention, Arsenal fan donated 1,000 bits earlier. He's on behavior. He's been out for good behavior for a while now. So if he goes like 1 year making generous donations with good behavior, he might qualify for VIP. He's on the work release program. No, seriously. I want to mention the other possibility here of, it's kind of insane in the membrane, but pawn takes pawn. For those of you who like open positions, is this maybe interesting to consider? Not playing in traditional King's Indian attack mode, but shifting to what looks more like a Tarash or something. Because I have to ask the question, like, are these pawn moves really... I'm sorry, but are those pawn moves really necessary and good? Like, black played b6 because of why, exactly, in this type of structure? Is he going to fianchetto his bishop on b7 or what? No, I think it's a little tricky. It looks like white is better. Let's see what the evaluation is here. Still at zeros. Oh my god. No, it's going up. Wow, the computer is just... Wow, it just loves black, man. It's like, after 1965, black is equal. You know when black is equal? When black is perfect. Magnus Carlsen, playing like a computer, as black here is equal, but I still would take white in any practical game. No, the engine is trolling. It's like one line. There are literally 100 different possible lines, and only in one line black is zeros, you know? So that's like, you're equal if you play perfectly for the next 20 moves. That's not the same as like truly having an equal position. I think that they're very different, you know? I'm still taking white any day of the week here. I hate the move h6, you know, and I'm not in love with this b6 either. Alright, so game, it's like a bad Owen defense. And you play knight c3. So you missed it. d5 wins material. Yeah. Well, we all make mistakes. You play the natural move. Black plays bishop b4. Obviously, like, noticing the fact that he was about to lose a piece. He turns into a Nimzo. That's okay, because you just lost another tempo, you know, and now his I think, absence of dark square bishop in the vicinity is gonna matter. You know, it's gonna matter in the long run. If this gets traded off for something, I'd say screw it, man. Play a3, you did. I'm not convinced that a3 is your best move, but I think just a3 is a good, like, okay, just to prove my point. Like, if you play a3, no, I mean, a3, it's a weakening move, and it's a kind of waste of time, but you force his hand, and you're like, I'm better. You don't have a dark square bishop, and you have weaknesses all over the place here. So this is quite instructive. Now black plays knight a5, and for me, it's like, it's a hybrid between the Nimzo and the King's Indian attack and the Catalan. Now you play queen c2. I'm just waiting for when I can sacrifice my bishop on h6. Yeah, Arsenal. I think that's the first good suggestion you made today. No, I'm just kidding. No, this is a really good suggestion. Knight d2 is my first idea. It has a drawback. You know, it does block the bishop, and it's certainly not the most active move in the shed. But e4's hanging, you know, and it's an important pawn. What would the most like violently aggressive player play here with white? The most psycho-aggressive player? Not e5, but probably d5. You really want to be a psychopath, you could play d5. d5, pawn takes pawn, e5. And then we go all in. This is where you like put down the doubling cube and you're like, okay, I'm doubling the stakes. It's dice chess or whatever. Good luck, bro. I'll see you in the next life. I don't think that black should take necessarily, but I'm just saying like this is the plan. It's a queen's Indian now. And we're doing like, yeah, it's a queen's Indian, you know, Polugievsky sack, where h6 isn't helping black much. You know, we're going to go knight d4, queen g4, everything is just game over. So, just saying, you know, this is a possibility. We could go like really psycho. It kills his bishop. Taking it looks super dangerous. Now, admittedly, he has this. I still think our attack is like basically winning. Between this, knight f5, bishop takes h6, I think it's huge for white. So black just has to kind of like suck it up here and not touch any pawns, I guess. You'd have to play rook c8 or something. I don't know what else to do. So let's see what the computer says. All right, shall we? Wow. What would Alpha Zero do? Arsenal's move, which was my first kind of gut instinct, is the number one choice. It's a safe move. 92 is a safe move. But d5 was up there, man. It was up there, and it got rejected. Your move is up there, top 3. But what's up with d5? So I suggested rook c8. But what's more shocking is that e takes d5 is hanging on. It's hanging on. I don't believe it. Like, black is better. Mother of materialistic bastards. No, it's shifting to rook c8. This is my suggestion. See? It just needs time to catch up to me. I don't need to calculate 20 moves. I have experience. You know, I know what's going to happen in 20 moves. White gets a very strong attack after pawn takes pawn, e5, you know, knight d4, etc. So rook c8 is the best chance. This is an interesting move, but I think it's kind of a gamble. Anyway, you played queen c2. As the computer points out, this is probably a little better, but you probably didn't like the knight coming in here. All right. So you're vulnerable along the c file. You don't have knight g5. So my problem with white's position here is like I don't really know what our plan is. If we don't have knight g5, if we don't have a bishop sack, with our queen on c2, we're going to be facing pressure along the c file. So what's our plan? I mean, do we have a plan? I definitely like queen d3 better. And I agree this is annoying. So that's why I was kind of siding with Arsenal fan, you know, originally. If he attacks our pawn, I mean, I'm not sure if I'm down with this, but we could always play like rook e3 or something. g4, rook g3, anybody? Space advantage? Interesting stuff, right? But I don't know. D5 is the gambler's move. All right. So queen c2, and then he plays knight c4. Yeah, this is kind of weird. That's the. Threat is stronger than the execution. You know, I mean, I want to build up pressure, not just like stick my knight on c4. The problem with knight c4 is it doesn't threaten anything. You know, it just sits there. It looks nice. It's like Ralph Lauren or something. It's looking nice, but it doesn't do anything. You know, when you go to the Ralph Lauren polo store, you know, and you're just like, looking good. But I mean, this develops a piece, and you've got ideas, you know. Save your money. Yeah, so knight c4 is really lame. Bishop f4. And now he finds the right idea, but it would be better not to stick your knight on c4 so quickly. And then, now you play knight d2. Have I been telling you guys my explanation for tribalism and why people suck at chess and basically the meaning of life? Like, everyone is lazy, you know, so we don't want to think. And Sun Prison plays too fast, but I mean, this move is like flip. You know, what's the first move you can think of? But I think it's counterintuitive. I want to like checkmate black here, not swap pieces. So I mean, I was thinking about that other variation where we went like rook e3, rook g3, and started a kingside attack. Seems to me the way to play this is probably something like h3 and a build-up. Now, look, it could get ugly. Maybe black gets the queen on a8 and starts pulverizing my e4 pawn. But I'm not seeing rook c7 as a maneuver, and rook c6 looks kind of sketch. So I don't see how he's getting his queen on a8. Do you guys? I don't really see, you know, I think that black's going to have to play d5. Right? It's going to have to happen. He could play d6. Okay, someone said d6. Italian Machine said d6. Sure, okay. True. We could play slower for black. Maybe h3 is too slow. But I just don't know. This just seems too conciliatory, you know. Okay, we're better. We're better. I mean, you are getting maybe access to this. Your transfer of advantages. I admit it's not just a chicken move where you're just trying to swap pieces. I mean, the knight is pretty strong. You trade it off. If you get your bishop on d6, you may be not playing for direct attack, but two bishops in the endgame or something like that. Okay, takes. And now e5 wins material. No. Okay, e5 doesn't win material. Black guarded the threat of bishop coming in, right? And he's starting to double. You have some funny moves like bishop d6. This would be a funny move. Does that work? Yeah, but it's just stupid. But what I want to do with white's position is maybe apply some pressure. Can we do this? I guess e5 looks solid. You don't want the position to get blocked here. You know, you don't want to end up in a block structure. What the nice thing is, like, it's pretty fluid. You have two bishops, so you want to keep it fluid. I want to play bishop f1. Arsenal fan, how do you feel about that? How do you feel about bishop f1 and repositioning our bishop to d3? Turning it into a what it should have been. It was your first candidate? Okay. You know, we can even play f3 if we have to. I think white is better. Ultimately, black is playing the Owen defense. What are you playing? You know. So bishop f1, yeah, looks good. e5 feels very first glance. It may still be good, but it just feels like it's sung prism, like playing too quickly. And I don't like this move in spirit. It feels like we just got kicked off the playground by the other kids or something. Or like someone took over our basketball court. They're like pushed you off. I don't see why this queen is over here. It's in a good position in the middle. That queen should be like definitely on d2 or d3 or somewhere. It has a lot of real potential in the middle, but on b3 it's out of play. It's not as bad as a4, but it's out of play. So I agree with Arsenal. Like, it's possible that white was afraid of some sort of tactics, you know, maybe getting pinned. But it's doubtful that that would actually work. We have time to keep everything protected. Bishop d2 is, you know, very possibly a necessary evil here. Even if black piles up, we can defend everything. I don't really care about the a3 pawn. You know, see like Zurich 1953 Geller game for that. If we have to, I'll play the other rook. I'd really rather keep it in the middle, but I still think white is better here. No, computer doesn't agree. Wow. It's totally fucking with me. Okay, I guess I got out of control. Alright, objectivity, reality check. I need a reality check. e5 is a bad move and it was bishop f1. Okay. I'm being too optimistic. I have to catch myself, you know, guys. This is a good example of a situation where I had a glass of wine, I'm chilling out, I'm maybe not concentrating as much as I should, but I'm continuing down this path where I'm becoming more and more misdirected about objectively analyzing the position. e5 was bad, but I still thought we're better, and it's a bad evaluation. Not to say, you know, the engine analysis is necessarily the same as a human game. Just because the engine says it's 1.5 doesn't mean like it's that in a real game. But the problem is it's so static. You know, with the bishops you want to keep it kind of fluid. Bishop f1 is better in that respect. You keep your pawns more fluid. But I was getting a little unrealistic here. Queen b3. I don't understand. This is a blunder? Wait, why can't he take? You're sacking your queen? This is just a one-move blunder. Okay, so it's like time. No, it's not time pressure. It's just a silly. He's being acerbate at the 2000 level. I expect too much from you guys. I expect you to play like it's the World Championship or something. Yeah, this is a catastrophe. Sun Prism. I mean, after bishop takes d5, only black can be better. I'm not exactly sure how our queen gets there, but it's going to get in. I think f6 will happen. And then black queen will like get into the light squares somehow and probably checkmate white. This is not good, bro. This is not good. This is not good. This is like full on total. This is like full on in total panic mode by white. Honestly, like what happens after bishop d2? Is this that bad? I guess, the point is to never ever go full panic mode. Guys, I played an illegal move at my last, World Senior Championship and like won the game, As long as your opponent's not there at the board to see like your illegal move, there's no reason to like panic and worry about it, I've made 2 moves in a row against people and won the game, We'll explain. No, I told the story at World Senior where I have a good record with like making illegal moves. I usually win when I make an illegal move. At the World Senior against George Moore, he went to get a coffee, and I reached out and I made an en passant capture that I actually prepared before the game. And in like the middle game or late opening, my pawn is on d5 on the white side of a King's Indian, like here. And he plays c5 adjacent my pawn, and it was all home analysis. I was ready to play d takes c6 en passant. It was actually a mistake. It was a bad move. I had poorly prepared, and it was my first tournament in 3 months. I reach out, I take the pawn, I take my pawn, I put it on c6, and then I don't know when the last time I made an en passant capture was. I mean, it could have been like 3 tournaments ago. It's funny how en passant doesn't happen that often. How often do you have an en passant capture? Like maybe 1 in 4 games or something? I mean, it just doesn't happen every day. So it was a really funny story. I put my pawn on the correct square, and then next thing I know, I captured a pawn, looking at the board, and I'm like, something's not right here. I'm looking at the board, and I'm just like, no, like, this doesn't look right. What's going on? And so then I realized I forgot to take his pawn. I put my pawn on c6, but I forgot to take his pawn. That's what it was, And so his c pawn is still sitting there on c5. I'm so embarrassed, right? Like, what an idiot. It's a good thing he's still out getting his coffee, right? I forgot to take a c pawn off of c5, so I take a c pawn off of c5. Put it on the side of the board. I'm looking around, making sure none of the arbiters are, like, noticing or whatever. And then I'm looking at the board again, and I'm like, this still doesn't look right. This is insane. What am I doing? And I'm sitting there obviously frustrated, looking around, waiting for an arbiter to come and declare I made a legal move. And then there's this voice from God. Actually, it wasn't God, it was like my next door neighbor, Grandmaster Klaus Bischoff. It was like, put the pawn back on b7. And then I'm like, oh shit, God just told me what to do. So I quickly take one of the pawns and put it back on b7. And before my opponent gets back to the board, now I've captured only 1 pawn instead of 2, and it's the correct pawn, and the position is correct, By now, there's a couple arbiters coming and lurking around the board, wondering what the fuck is going on with the DGT and stuff like that, because obviously it was kind of confused. My opponent took forever to get his coffee or went to the bathroom or whatever, so he still wasn't back. And it was just, I had apparently, I don't know why, I played d5 takes c6, but instead of capturing the c pawn, I captured his b7 pawn. It's insane. I just took his b7 pawn off the board instead of the c5 pawn. And didn't realize it. It was my hand. My hand did it. They say finger failure or whatever. It wasn't mental. It was a totally hand thing, The mind's eye. It was my hand's eye. I just never make en passant captures on a real board anymore. And I did it so fast, I didn't even realize. The funny part, though, like, I really have to give credit to Klaus Bischoff, who's kind of standoffish. I mean, I'm not sure I really like him. He seems kind of a little bit, like, snobbish and standoffish. But it was nice of him to do that. Like, he was playing his own game. You know, he's actually a very sensitive player, too. He hates it when, like, people, like, I don't know, distract him and stuff when he's playing. But he went out of his way to like, save me in that situation. It was really funny. I can't imagine what he was thinking, though, you know. Like, this guy is such an idiot that he literally, like, doesn't know how to make a legal move. And I won the game. Happened to be once in Hastings where I made 2 moves in a row. That's another story. Anyway, all right, guys. Back to the game. Major blunder. Funny story. All right. What old people do at World Senior Championship. And then white sacrifice the queen. We've got a rook and 2 bishops. That's good. Rook and 2 bishops for the queen is good. And I think you can convert this now. Black should exchange rooks, but he's still losing. Plays g5. He does exchange rooks. I mean, it's not that easy to win, but it's just too much material. I mean, honestly, he has 2 connected pass pawns on the queen side to compensate for essentially a bishop. It's not enough. It's also really hard to see how the black queen is going to get in. Where exactly is that black queen going to get in to penetrate in your position? This doesn't work. He has no way to access your position. White offers a draw. By the way, guys, that reminds me of another joke. Yesterday I was playing an offhand game on lichess, and I realized when you're playing on the mobile app, there's an option to like cancel your draw offer. Has anyone ever seen this like in a rated game? I mean, this is like unrated. But I was thinking it would be funny to like play it over the board. Over the board, what happens if I was to like just troll someone and like offer a draw, wait for them to think about it, and then be like, I withdraw my draw offer. I thought that once a draw was offered, it wasn't able to be withdrawn. Well, in the real world, that's the way it's supposed to work, Arsenal fan. But it allows you to do that in the mobile app. Yesterday was the first time I ever noticed. I could like it like sent me this like, you know, choice. Do you want to withdraw your draw for something? I just thought it would be funny to troll someone over the board. Like, you have a bad position, but it's kind of messy, and you like do it on purpose. Like, you offer a draw knowing he won't take the draw, with the plan of withdrawing the draw offer to freak him out, like somewhere like during his thinking about it. That would be like totally illegal. It would just be funny. It would just be something funny to like troll in a game. But like, why is white offering a draw here? I mean, you have to be like pretty close to winning. Wow, f3. He was just trying to troll him with a draw offer. It was a draw trolling offer. Ooh, check! Oh my god, it's not check. I thought it was check at first. Fortunately, it's not check. That's check, though, and that's me. All right, guys. So we're going to go on to our last game. I don't have too much time. This is, so... Mom has called for dinner. All right, bye-bye. Interesting game. So, all right. This is our last game. This is from Montreal 2017. Yeah, there was a Ukrainian guy who just like yelled at me, you know, Arthur Frolov. I told you last week. Mr. Coffee remembers the story. He's like, no draw, play. It's like, all right, dude. No problem. Oh boy. All right. There was this guy at my mom's like nursing home who was like 85 years old and had dementia, and he just, that's all he said, dude. He wouldn't stop. He was like, "Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy." I felt really bad. Imagine you're like 85 years old and you're just, "Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy," like nonstop. It was pretty bad. John Hebert told me I played well. No, the cool thing about the oh boy guy was like, I think his wife was his wife, it was like this retirement, like, or it was a home for people with serious disabilities, whatever. And it was really sweet because the guy was like totally dementia, and his wife, I met her and she was really nice, and she like sold all their properties and stuff to move in with him in like the old, the nursing home, essentially. Even though she didn't have dementia and she was still well enough to walk and stuff. I felt like, wow, that's really, really heartbreaking. She basically like moved in with them in the nursing home. Even though he was like just a guy who was just like, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Yeah. She could have stayed at home, in her house by herself or whatever, and moved in the nursing home instead. Alright, anyway, that's a depressing story. So, sort of. Alright, e4, c5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop e5. Who's who? That's love right there. Let's try to guess who's who. Would John Hebert play white here? No. So you're white and Hebert is black. Yeah. No, Hebert plays d4, right? I mean, he's a queen pawn player. I remember him playing some white sides of King's Indians and stuff. I mean, okay, a lot of people mix it up, but all right, I guess right. So you played the Rosslimo, and this is my painful main line with black against Rosslimo, I have to admit. I normally play d6, but it's too predictable, and it needs to be reined in. I can't just play this line with black. There are too many problems. So you castled, which is one of the many variations. White can play castles, c3. Obviously d4 is a transposition to Moscow variation, or it's called checkover variation. So all of these moves, d4 is annoying, castles is good, bishop takes c6 is good, c3 is very interesting, any of the above. The only thing that's not good are like h3, like lame moves like h3. Knight c3 is kind of neutral, not particularly great. d3 obviously is bad. Now he plays bishop g4. So, somewhere sitting on my shelf is Gary Kasparov's book. It's not called that. I don't know why I'm saying that so much today. Gary Kasparov's, one of his few books, Revolution in the 70s, which he called it. It's about opening developments in the 70s and 80s. And he talks about this line. There's a handful of variations that are discussed in this book. Very good book, by the way. This is one of them, I believe. And I don't remember if he recommends this move or not, but I've never had a lot of faith in this move. I always play bishop d7 100% of the time. No, I'm lying. Am I lying? No, I always play bishop d7. And then, what's the deal with bishop g4, though? What's the problem with bishop g4? I mean, essentially, really. You play h3, and I don't think that black can justify bishop h5. So as you can see here, a handful of players have played bishop takes f3. Don't know if we can really justify giving up the bishop necessarily. Alright, but bishop h5. And so what's the refutation of this? You know, I just want to mention one other possibility. Instead of playing h3, you could also play c3 and opt to not weaken your king side. And this is very interesting. That deserves further exploration. I don't remember. I know h3 is the most common move. Okay, bishop h5. And now, you're supposed to play c3. I think rook e1 might be okay, but it's not super dynamic. I would think c3 is the real test. Now, essentially, white is threatening to play d4. Okay, the point of rook e1, again, and we're here again for the 10th time today, when we play rook e1, the idea might be to play something like a6 and bring the bishop back. Doesn't feel right, though. I mean, clearly, like, c6, c3 is more aggressive. So now, I mean, for me, this is the question. +1. Not a small advantage, I might add. Michael Adams versus Tibyakov, 1994. That's an old game. Not a lot of recent games here, by the way. Alexander Ivanov versus random guy. Alex didn't play the Vasilimo that often. Not a lot of games here, really. To be honest, it's an obscure variation. I mean, most people won't go this way with black. I wouldn't gamble with this. So Arsenal is talking about rook e1, a6, chop, chop, and e5. I wouldn't be surprised if I've even looked at something as crazy as this. Problem is, like, f6 is no good. I don't know about f6, man. I don't like this position. This makes me nervous. This is a no-go, dude. I don't want to do that. I'll be honest. Oh my god. Nikolai Noritsyn versus Jean Hebert, 2012. Well, there you go. It's been played before, and now e6, and now black gets a shitty pawn structure with those double isolated pawns there. So Noritsyn beat him. If d3, d5. Here. No. Here, here, here. And if you play d5, white has e6. It's like a Caro-Kann. There's no time to play e6 and d5. You can do one or the other. So you have to play e6. And that white has time to play e takes d6, and you have a better structure. I've played blitz games with this type of structure. It's just not a lot of fun for black. And I'm not surprised that Hebert lost here. To be fair, you know, I I think he's definitely not in the majority. Wow. Dudes, we got a major development here. My engine is going off. My computer is going off. You see this? Position D4. Two macabre with black. This is really interesting. It's like a modified checkover variation. The computer wanted to play it like a gambit with C3. This is totally unexplored territory. Holy shit, man! That bishop is really wishing it was back here over here on the other side. So after D takes C3, you have Queen A4. I mean, this is the kind of stuff like you could develop in your home laboratory, but I wouldn't want to have to work it out like over the board. Needless to say, none of this is relevant to the game. D3 is lame. You know, this is essentially like a slightly lame move. You're not... There's the game. So you're not testing him with this move. This is very important. Essentially, like, what's your plan? You're going to play defensively? I would never consider playing D3. It's just not dynamic enough. You know, I mean, you need to consider everything else, basically. G4. Wow, this has been played. I wouldn't be surprised if... Speaking of Arsenal fan, I wouldn't be surprised if I've even gotten this position. I mean, I experimented with this kind of stuff with Bishop G4 on occasion. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if I got this on the board at some point with black. Player, let's see, here probably not. No, nothing here. But I mean, maybe at some point I did. E5 is pretty annoying. Even that's possible. Yeah, but I think this is too passive. Okay. You know, you might as well consider bishop takes c6 check, honestly, if you're going to play d3. That would transpose some kind of innocuous exchange Lopez type position. But I feel like black has a solid game. You know, so d3 is definitely not good, not testing. And then black plays knight f6. But what should black play? You know, if not knight f6. There's another game with e6, which seems kind of ugly. Knight f6 is probably okay. Can he try to avoid having doubled pawns? Would it be crazy to play like rook c8 or something? I mean, come on, d3 is a slow move. If you're going to play a slow move like d3, yeah, I mean, e5 is possible. Where's the beef? You're going to play g4, yeah. No, e5 is possible. No, absolutely. Okay, I mean, I could try to win a pawn. I would argue that White has some compensation here, you know. Magnus-style compensation. But I'm just saying it's plausible. Okay, so he plays knight f6, fairly safe move. He played rook e1. You're like blatantly kind of threatening e5. Black plays e6. And then I want to understand what happens if e5. Can anyone explain to me what happens after e5? Do you... Does he take or does he move his knight? I mean, does he take? Yeah, you even have to look at this. This definitely would get very sharp though. You know, you're saying you want him to remain solid. Remains silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. Okay. You're remaining solid. Knight on bd7, knight d7. So you're kind of playing like you're like black in an IMSO, more or less. Bishop takes c6, b takes c, and now you transpose to something. You've actually transposed to another line, where most people play knight f1, and again we see the NIMSO. I think that black has some ideas of g5 in this type of position, but it's a little bit fantastic, right? So it's still pretty, I would agree, solid. Here, I have to question this move. You know, fundamentally, you're playing c3 in a position where you have no light square bishop. Sorry, that's c3, your other c3. c3 in a position where you have no light square bishop, creating like light square holes. Now, there is the idea of queen a4, which I've seen before. And we can't be too dogmatic about the position. But in a vacuum, you know, you'd rather like have your pawns on light squares and, you know, keep the light squares under control. What's the option? b3? Is this the thing? This is the Tibiakov game with black. A recent one, no doubt. He drew the 2400. Bishop b2. Someone played f6, and I really hope it wasn't Tibiakov. That's an ugly move. John Fedorovich calls this the pawn wall. But the important thing in the pawn wall is that your bishop is here, maybe here, and not here on c8 with black. You don't want your bishop to be on c8. Even if it's on c8, though, if you achieve this wall, you can normally, black can normally play e5 and ultimately open up the bishop even from c8. So the wall is a good thing for black. It's not that stupid as it looks to play f6 for black here, giving that bishop retreat squares. Anyway, your c3 is rare, and now queen a4. Yeah, you jumped out attacking that pawn. Let's just say your queen is not centralized here, but you're breaking the pin, you're attacking a pawn that needs to be defended. I think ultimately it's misplaced, but it might not be the only factor that's important, of course. So interestingly, there's another game now. So you've transposed to Skripchenko versus Babula. Yeah, and if I was white, I don't know what I would do here. To be perfectly honest, I like black better, but I don't know if I would play g4 or d4. I don't know what I would do if I was white here. g4 seems to kind of weaken the king side. Again, it may be hard for black to exploit that, and it's definitely playable. And Amira played d4 and lost against the stronger player, of course. That's a very old game from 2002. But I don't think she's really in Babula's league as a player. But seriously, like d4, do you really want to open the position and undouble black's pawns when black has the bishop pair? I don't know. You know, I don't think that either move seems right to me. What would it's not easy to play white though. What about like, yeah, g4? I honestly think I like your move better than d4. I don't really like either move, to be honest, but I don't know what to do for white. It's really awkward. I have to question queen a4, though. I think that queen a4 is probably a mistake. But do you have an option? So what happens if you play knight f1? You transpose to Shirov, Topalov. Well, I guess worse things could happen than that. But I'm also not that sure about well, we've got to watch, as I said, for crazy shit like g5. I mean, the point is, like, there. We'll play g4 if we have to. You know, I don't really want to play it necessarily. Yeah, I think queen a4 is a little artificial. You had to make a move. It was a game. Okay, queen c7 here. Did g4. I like it better than d4. Knight f1. You're kind of transposing to a Nimzo. Okay, castles. You know, the point is you can bring your queen back. You're essentially playing the Nimzo. You know? And I don't know what I would do with black here. I mean, Hebert is a very experienced player. He's been around even unbelievably longer than me, which is hard to do, and still keep going. But I get his d5. e5 is a catastrophe. You know, f5 square. So he honestly doesn't have that many options, to be fair. This looks like the right move. And now you Nimzo'd him up with c4. So essentially, what we're essentially seeing here is a Leningrad Nimzo. Basically. Blockade. Full board blockade. Leningrad bishop. That's the key to the position. Is the white square bishop good? Then black is better. Is his bishop bad? Then white is better. Well, you know, true, Mr. Slow, but remember, the structure is the same as Hübner. But in the Hübner, you know, the bishop is typically not outside the pawn chain. What we have here is a kind of Leningrad type of thing, where the bishop is outside the pawn chain. Now it could go back inside the pawn chain later by playing like f6, bishop f7. It's a complex position. I mean, I don't know. I would imagine like the engine will evaluate this position closely. White feels a little bit open, and the queen seems pretty misplaced on a4. So I'm not sure what we're supposed to do moving forward. White has to be careful to not to be overextended. Obviously, this is a sensible move. And if bishop, this is a potentially catastrophic mistake, but let's just say, take. I want to know whose bishop is better in this ops-colored bishop position. My ops-colored bishop wants to know whose ops-colored bishop is better. What if he tries to like go, you know, postal on you? Like, oh, sorry, f5. Right now, let me just put it this way. Your queen is not in a good position for what's going on the board. Mr. Slow, you would know as well as anyone about the potential of the bishop pair. You've smashed me a few times in the King's Indian where I like traded off my dark square bishop. But I would be particularly careful about this type of ops color bishop thing. However, you know, it may be white that's actually better. Very, very imbalanced position. It looks like this could favor white, actually. So it's easy for either side to go wrong here. I mean, honestly, I feel like d5 was a little bit risky by black. But what is he supposed to do, you know? If he doesn't do d5, what is he supposed to do? You know, build the wall immediately? Maybe he doesn't have to commit to d5. Maybe I'll almost bet that the computer like has some quiet move instead of d5. f6, knight h4, bishop f7, f4. You know, what if you're playing like, I don't know, was that Russian Grandmaster I played? If you're playing like a Russian Grandmaster instead of like Jean Hebert, I mean, you might get something like this, you know? I mean, I guess here this particular move might be good. Although I'm actually not sure. I've lost some weird positions with black, man, in this line. And Mr. Slow knows it too, because he does. I'm curious what the engine says. So the engine really backs him up. It likes d5. Wow. It likes d5 and it thinks he's better. I am surprised by how big that eval is. So d5. Hey, that's a big evaluation you got there. I'll just bust out the Minnesota Canadian accent for you. Bishop d6 looks good. Hey, that's a big pawn you got there on g6. It's all nice, you know, when you talk about bishop pair, but okay, where is it? So he must have missed something. Look, I've played a lot of these type of structures myself. Is it knight e5? Does he have knight e5 and he missed it? But wait, is this the game? And he has knight e5? Are you gonna win his bishop? Boom, boom, f4, not on. Is this the answer? The missing link? It's possible if your rook is on f1, he's lost, by the way. No? It's an interesting position. I'm just saying, if your rook is on f1 and you play f4, is black lost here? No. But close. It could be like millimeter, you know. If you have f4, bishop d6, e5, and f5 or something, he might like lose a piece. I think the problem is your queen on a4, and if only your pieces were a little bit better placed, you know, he's in a lot of trouble. This looks pretty good for him. But not so easy. Okay. Yeah. So here, here, and then There's definitely a reason why he put his rook on d8, but honestly, this is not an easy position to play. I mean, it's kind of like banging your head on a metal wall or something. For both sides. And it sort of depends on the time control, but I think this idea of hitting your d3 looks really good. You probably have to take. And then you don't have f4. I mean, you have f4, but it loses a pawn. You know, can you justify losing a pawn here? Maybe. I mean, actually, you're not losing a pawn necessarily, although there's this threat. I would say, like, even if just the minorest detail, like your queen was on c2 instead of a4, you'd be pretty solid. But I don't know about rook f d8. I mean, what is he trying to do? He's just envisioning that this file opens up, but exactly... Yeah, it's kind of a weird move. And also, I think f5 remember I had this game with Josh Friedel, like, when he was a kid, when he was a teenager, our first game. It was a white side of a... I knew he was pretty good because I had a hard time beating him. He was like 13, and it was a Nimzovich opening. I almost never played the Nimzovich. I played like b3. And I ended up giving up my white square bishop with bishop b5 like a Nimzo. And he ended up with a bishop like this. And he just had the two bishops, and I could just... it was very dangerous, you know. He kept threatening to open up my white squares all over the place. It was very hard to keep it contained. So I think, you know, the idea of playing on the white squares and the idea of like using his f-pawn forward, this requires some steel balls for black, but ultimately it's possible. You know, maybe black could set up this kind of, you know, rooks on f8, e8 type of thing and try to play f5 or f6. So I thought this is a little weird. And then bishop d2. You know, as slow as it is, I guess you have to consider like coming back. This is a threat, though. This is a threat. a5, bishop c3, okay. Yeah, no, you're playing in Nimzovichian style here. Yeah, solid. It's like molasses taking over the board. A b3 is not necessary. I mean, b3, you know, in these type of Nimzo positions is always like a double-edged sword, because if you play b3, then a4 is always possible. So you have to consider, again, Leningrad Nimzo, we have to consider the ultimate ugliness, you know, a4. It's not pretty, but it's the kind of move that, you know, has to be done sometimes. I don't know if it's good in this particular position, but I'm just saying it's a candidate move it needs to be analyzed. And the other option is to just keep the status quo. You know, you don't move anything. But this move is going to clearly involve, you know, black probably playing a4 at some point. So he trades his bishop here. This is a surprising move that I don't think that black would play unless he had a concrete idea. Is h4 horrible? Well, let's say you do h4. I mean, it involves weakening your light squares slightly. I think g4, obviously, you know, that's the question. No, I don't know that it's easy to say if it's horrible or not. But I think, you know, with white here, we have to be realistic. It's not horrible. But it's risky, you know. I think you want to stay solid. I'd like to play this. But we have a problem, right? There might be a problem here with d4, so I can't get my queen over to the king side. You know, another move is obviously rook b1. Why don't you just play rook b1? I mean, rook b1 looks completely normal. Yeah, you're putting your rook and your queen on the diagonal of that bishop, but we're not planning on that opening up. And hopefully it won't. You know, I mean, I know that there's some Leningrad Nimzo ideas where like things go into d5, but that's like where your king is on c2. You know, you don't have your king on c2. It's not like, you know, Spassky Karpov or something where black's going to sack a knight by playing knight d5 or something crazy. You know, I think you could just sit there with your rook on b1, guard the b2 pawn, don't weaken your pawns, and just sit and then maneuver your queen over here. I think the key is coordination. You want to coordinate, and your queen was really never coordinated out on a4. a little better on c2, and probably best over here. You get the queen over to e2. We could start talking about penetration down the e-file. You start talking about h4. Having the queen on e2 would vastly help, kind of protecting kingside and giving you the option to maybe attack on that flank. So, but I'm surprised to see bishop takes g3. I think the guy just got a headache from this position, and he was like, forget it, man. It's too blocked. At this point, you're just like, I just want to, I want to draw. Get me out of here. It's too locked now. It's really locked. I think when he plays bishop takes g3, it's got to be kind of an admission of he's okay with a draw. Though a4 is still hanging, I don't really like that. And there's this. That's going to be a bit of a problem with the d4 square. And there goes playing a4. Wow. So this is not a draw, despite popular claims to the contrary. We ended up obscular bishops, and if you play passively here, he's got the combination of knight coming in here and a4. And it feels like black is pressing you. It's not just like a locked position. But that changes everything. The thing is, like g5, if he takes it, your point is knight f3? Or are you going to go into f5? This is not out of the realm of possibility either, but you're not really threatening anything. So yeah, he would come to 96 now. So you have to do this to double attack. Well, but this changes everything. I mean, now there's this. There are some kind of targets in black's position, and you actually have the f-file, and you actually have the queen that could come over. And so now suddenly it's a battle of like his dark square play. I'm sorry, your dark square play versus his white square play. G takes f. You have play, at least. And that's a kind of awkward move for black to have to play. Queen g7. This is not exactly ideal. The issue is this pawn. So you moved your king, and that means that this won't be a check. I still can't believe he's never played a4. And now rook d8. There it is, finally. So he's still better. And again, you have a surprising move on the dark square break. Maybe a3 for black. But it's complex, Maybe you have rook d3 and you pick off his pawn. If he pushes this pawn, it looks like he's tied down. Alright, so it's too risky. Plays that. And then you play a3. Now the queen side is locked. Yeah, this is a complicated game, man. Queen f7. But this is kind of a bluff because f6 is hanging. I mean, can this guy really afford to lose his f6 pawn? I'm pretty skeptical about that. You just played rook f2, and now f6 suddenly uh-oh. That's kind of weak. Suddenly f6 is more relevant than c4. That's not good. So the first time in this game, I think you might actually be better at this point. He put his pieces into insane positions. They're actually better. And now knight f5 is very tempting. You're really close to a tactic like queen g3. I know this looks insane, but it's all about dark square versus like light square. So if he takes this, you have rook takes f6. Does this work? Rook takes f6, rook takes f6, queen takes c5. Threatening to take this with check, but he has rook f2 check. I'm not sure that's a good idea. So there's nothing fantastic for you. But I feel like this is the first moment where you might actually be better. Though knight f5, I think, well, it's not a bad move. Alright. He's lucky he could defend there. Wow. Black definitely, like, not thrilled about the situation. This pawn is blockaded pretty firmly by your queen and bishop. So I think, as long as that's the case. I mean, there is one problem. He has two connected passed pawns here, so you have to eliminate one. And then you're up a pawn, ultimately, but it's over here. And that itself is not enough, to win the game. But his king position might be losing. So after queen b3, do you have? Wouldn't be surprised if you had something here, given his exposed king being more exposed than yours. Well, first the engine was like 5.5, but it's 1 point something. Yeah. So check, king g8, rather than h8. And then queen c6, queen d3, and check. That's a draw. That's some kind of... You guys agreed to a draw on the DGT board and someone put the piece on the wrong square or something. Queen e6 was not played. Queen f6, just a miss. Queen f6. Threatening mate, and it's perpetual check. So your king, unfortunately, you can't hide out on like h4. You're threatening mate. His only check is on e2. You have g3. He doesn't have a check here. He doesn't have a check here. He doesn't have a check here. He has a check here. So he has queen e5 check. He also has queen e3 check. But after king h4, you're probably winning because his only move is that. And then you would have like 2 pawns up and an endgame. So this is his only move. Queen e5, rook e5. Which is still playable. You're probably objectively a little better here. The further outside pawn and his king hemmed in on the 7th rank, but I'll take a draw versus an IM, I guess. Final evaluation, yeah, slightly better for white. Anyway, good game. Yeah, it was a Nimzo. The Rosslimo is basically a Nimzo. Yeah, but I think you need to play that setup like more dynamically. Bishop g4. I don't know. I'll check the Kasparov book, but I think that's considered to be a little risky. I'll double check. I'll see you guys later. Thanks for the games. Have a great Thursday night, and I'll see you Friday for Friday Blitz challenges, guys. It's late for me, and I got to get some dinner. So thanks for the games. Thanks for following. I had another follow from I don't know if I felt like it. Italian Machine gifted a tier 1 sub to Bob Sack 27. Very generous. Good choice. Top Trolls paid forward the gift sub they got from Mr. Slowhand earlier to the community. Thank you guys. And I'll be back. Thanks, Mr. Coffee, for modding. Yeah, interesting games, guys. I got into it tonight. And that's the goal, to get some good analysis in. All right, Mr. Slow, thank you for your contributions, both in terms of analysis and support. I will see you guys Friday. Friday is 5+5 Blitz challenges tomorrow morning, if anyone doesn't have to work, and at 12 noon. And then Sunday, Simul, as usual. Classical Simul, 25 players, Sunday night at around 6:45, 7. See you guys then. Bye-bye.